here we go. It is time for the round of 8. If you're here, if you're in the wrong place, if you don't want to get spoiled for the rest of the round of 8, well, time to turn yourself around, check out the rest of the YouTube videos. If you are not, however, welcome, welcome. Because we have spawning down on the bottom left for Team Liquid, it's Cure. In the blue. And his opponent spawning up at the top right for Basilisk, it is Reynor. In the red. Reynor, absolutely one of the best Zerg versus Terran players in the world at his full peak. At his full peak, he might be the best Zerg versus Terran player of all time. Now, the thing about that is he's not always at his peak, because maintaining that is really freaking hard. One of the most mechanically demanding matchups from both sides in StarCraft 2. I would say it is the most mechanically demanding matchup. Zerg versus Terran, Bio versus Ling Bane. Ling Bane anything, basically. The amount of actions required, the amount of micro required. I mean, it's just absurd, you might even say. It's extreme. You can see Reynor is trying to do some shift-click micro here on his drones. Obviously, that's nice, but it's actually not the most necessary. What's more important is, well, getting into a good flow state, good vibe. Speaking of which, did not notice this. Look at this. This kind of looks like a weird helmet or something. Yeah, look at that. It's like a visor that goes down. Enough yapping. Cure, gonna go for an SCV scout. Speaking of Reynor, we got to talk about Cure too. Cure, very inventive in this matchup. But this is going to be tough. I think he's going to want to mix in some mech. We are going to see a nice little play out of Cure, blocking his opponent's hatchery. And Reynor, with it being Old Republic, he says, this is fine. I'll just take the forward base. On a lot of other maps, this would kind of be a big liability. And it's still a little bit of one. Good Spore Crawler Morph there. But it's not the biggest of deals on Old Republic, I would say. Oh, creep. Ooh. I don't know why I'm talking about creep. Drone not able to be saved. That is really nice. Cure getting a quick drone kill. That's already very good for Cure. And speaking of vibes in this matchup, that's a good start to vibes for sure. I do believe Reynor is currently in Korea right now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is. So this is played on low ping. We are going to be seeing a 3cc 2-on-1. And Cure, really clean mechanics, clean execution of his build orders. I think his reaction time is not as absurdly fast as some of his contemporaries. We're going to see the 4 Hellion opening with this 3cc 2-on-1. No stim started up just yet for Cure. It feels a little... Maybe the tech lab just finished. I guess it did. Going to try and lock in on the casting here. Get a little bit more precise. The one good thing, actually, about taking this forward base is it actually jumpstarts your creep really, really well on this map. I think that's quite nice. Thank you very much, Knight Halcyon, for the Prime resub at 5 months. Thank you. Nice. 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 Is that Starport Reactor going to come down too? This, of course, can go into a Hellbat push. Marine medevac Hellbat. Oh, 3 gases coming down all at once. This feels a little fast for those additional gases. We're not going to see like some crazy 2-port BC after this, are we? That would be so freaking cool. But that would be very crazy. Oh, wow. Cure taking the full... Okay. That would have been also quite crazy. taking the forward base here feels like such a... It's funny because I'm talking about the Zerg player, it being a good thing, but of course the security blanket of creep and the fact that, look at this, he's already got creep up to the halfway point of the map versus the Terran player kind of just putting themselves a little bit more exposed. It would be one thing if this wasn't such a wide open area. I mean, theoretically, you could build your wall here and then just kind of tunnel an 8 racks forward through the middle, and that actually might be a good play against this specifically. Okay, it is not going to be 2-port BC behind this. We've got the double engineering bay. We've got the 3rd barracks. Reynor with a quick Bane speed. No surprise there. Once again, he is a Ling Bane player through and through. He can play Roach Ravager, certainly. But I feel like it is... I feel like he absolutely prefers to play Ling Bane. Creep Tumors finishing up here. Going to force the big scan. But that does reveal 9 Creep Tumors. He's going to be able to kill 6 of those 9. Nice. Still, though, this creep in the middle is very, very good for Reynor. That is a lot of queens here on the top left. Nice little spready. Get them into a small concave and kind of push this back. Already 77 drones for Reynor. Jeez, this is a flying start for Reynor. Oh, there's a Widowmine in here. Oh, this is a very interesting reinforcement setup to this. Second factory going to come in. We do have that armory, the 4th and 5th barracks. And a pretty quick 5th gas. Not crazy. Will we see tank production off the back of this? He's on a reactor so far. He did play double reactor factory with no drilling claws against Serral earlier. And it wasn't that it felt weak. It was that it felt like it could have been stronger. And of course, that's just by getting that drilling claws upgrade. It is such a potent upgrade. Really good creep clear so far from Cure. Hasn't really been much of a fight yet. That first drone went down, and that's about the only damage that we've seen. But killing creep is obviously quite nice. Reynor adding on a macro hatch in the main and taking the 5th base. But Cure has really kind of pushed back this creep on the wings. However, on the right side, and still through the middle, it is very, very strong. That is a lot of Widowmines here in this drop. 3 mines. And what is that going to be? 10 Marines? Yeah. I had to do the math on how many slots. It's obviously 16 Marines for a double medevac, but each Widowmine takes up 2 slots. Oh, decent spreadies against these mines. Nice little hold position. He even kind of dragged that into the medevac. Good job from Reynor. Cure clears up a little bit of creep, but Reynor gets what I would say is quite a good fight. Kills all 3 mines, 5 Marines for just some lings. Resources lost is now even. Both mines go down on the top side. Hellbats now being added in on the bottom. Cure is doing a really good job of making it unpleasant for Reynor to have this creep spread. I actually really, really like the way Cure is playing this, specifically against Reynor, because Reynor is a player that will devote a lot of energy and attention to the creep spread. And he really wants it to be well established. I mean, all Zerg players really do, but it can act as a bit of a distraction. We do have Reynor, though, with some nice spores in the main. Hive is nearly done. Well, it's well on the way. Nice. Wow. All the Widowmines get taken out, but there is still enough Marines here to keep pushing. Spinecrawler going to get taken out. Spore as well. This is going to be an opportunity for a push on the right side to threaten this 5th base. Widowmines. Oh, splits are decent. That 3rd Widowmine shot is pretty good. The 4th one does get mitigated very well, though. And now with no Widowmines left, Reynor is free to chase this back on the top side. The drop is being tracked. It is 1-2 upgrades coming in for Reynor. Cure will win this fight against the... It wasn't actually enough lings to prevent the unload. Good job from Cure to kind of punish that. And Reynor's going to have to go back home. That will allow Cure to hold this 4th base. and set it up into a planetary. That should be happening, but all the mines were taken out at that point, so it was a little bit precarious for Cure. He is starting to take some relatively nice trades. Reynor's creep has been really, really clipped back here. Great job from Cure on that. Oh, Reynor is getting the burrow, though. 3-3 upgrades on the way for Cure, not missing a beat. He is now up to his 8 barracks setup. Fungal Growth going to try and come through here. We do see a transfuse on the Infestor. Cure will be forced back. Really good fight so far from Reynor, but Cure is not going to let it turn into a disaster by any means. Yeah, no, I'd say that's a very good fight for Reynor. Taking out Widow Mines is obviously a very good thing. Oh, nice retarget there from Cure. Reynor unfortunately left a Ling in range. Fungal Growth available, but man, so many creep tumors have been killed in this game. So many. 2-3 upgrades on the way here for Reynor. We do have a Nidus network being added in, as well as the first Lurker upgrade already done. Second one in production as well. And this is where Zerg, I mean, kind of needs to start making something happen against the Terran. If they are transitioning into Ghosts and getting that 5th base established, that's exactly what we're going to be seeing from Cure. So Reynor is going to want to start knocking at his opponent's door. Oh, Fungal on the top side will connect on a couple of units. Widow Mines get taken out before they can burrow, but a third one gets a good burrow. Fourth one kills an Overseer, and then Cure targets down the other one. Nicely done. That's a pretty good sequence. Oh, but just as I say that, the Infestor gets more energy. 7 kills on that bad boy. And the Bane's got some good connections as well. Oh, wow, that Widow Mine reaching pretty far. Only gets 5 kills, but still. Always surprises me how far they go. However, here come the Lurkers into the natural of Cure. Oh, that Nidus Worm. That Nidus Worm getting some big work done and good lift on the barracks. But this, we got to see the depots lowered here. Queen's popping out as well. And now we've got Reynor pushing on the front line as Cure is going to have a difficult time dealing with this little... It's not even that many Lurkers. It's just 4 Lurkers. Well, there is a Bird Infestor here. Cure going to now go for the break attempt. Transfuses will be a problem. The Queens are tanking so much. There's mostly Marines here. 3-3 not quite done for Cure. Somehow a Widow Mine burrows up on top of this, but Cure is taking heavy losses in the natural. He is going to end up with just enough to clean this up. Liberator's doing a lot of work there. Meanwhile, in the middle, Ling, Bane, Hydra moving forward. Cure will hold here. However, he has just lost a lot of stuff and a lot of supply. 10 mines, 16 Marauders, 52 Marines. It was a cleanup, but this is time for the age-old adage, at what cost? And the answer is a highly significant one. Reynor. Very interesting that he went for +2 missile and +3 carapace instead of +2 melee, which I actually do personally very much like. I think that's pretty good. Not all the time, but in certain scenarios and a map like this, I guess Ling run-bys are going to be pretty good on this map, but it's also going to mean the Hydras are better in a fight. Fungal Growth going to come in on top of these Marauders. There's no SCVs to repair. So this is going to be a big break on the front line by Reynor. Medevac's a little bit exposed too. A couple of them will go down. Actually, a lot of them will go down. The Hydras with their 2-3 upgrades are really putting in work. And the Medevac count has been absolutely gutted. Down to just 3 Medis. Cure is bleeding all over the place, and Reynor has no desire to let him staunch his wounds. That killed the command center, I believe, too. Yeah, of course, it got the planetary. Oh, Ling's in the middle. There is an Infestor. A Bird Infestor is going to give some great information, in addition to, well, once it generates more energy, being able to fungal. Oh, Widow Mine gets a pretty big hit there. Lurkers from the low ground are in such a nasty position. The ghost count has never really been established, and Reynor looking for a hammer blow to potentially end this game. Ling's Hydras running into the natural in main, and Cure is just going to be forced to tap out. A great game number 1 from Reynor. He will go up 1-0 in the series. Reynor. Well done. Thank you, BT Tasai, for the Prime resub at 34 months. Nerf Reynor, nerf Krista. Nerf all of us. And nerf none of us. We're going to do a quick minute of ads. Bum 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 ba-dum bum. Ba-dum bum ba-dum bum. All right, Winter Madness is going to be map numero dos. Número dos. Unos, dos, tres, catorce. All right. Just going to let the ads clear, and we'll get into game numero dos. Number 2. Live games. These ones were played this morning, but we are spoiler-free here. No idea what happened in any of the games. And, of course, we'd like to keep it that way. I think it's, for me, it's very important for the integrity of the commentary and casting to not know the result as best as possible. And I've, once again, with the help of my fiance, been able to devise a system that makes it so that I don't know game length, series score, or anything, really, which is phenomenal. Outstanding. All right, and with that, let's get into game number 2. Here we go, spawning up in the top left. It is Team Liquid's Cure. In the blue. Sending out a pretty early SCV. This could just be for a low ground wall, though. Spawning down in the bottom right, it is Basilisk's Reynor. In the red. And that is exactly what it's going to be. Cure going to open up, most likely with a 2-Rax Reaper. Could be 3-Rax Reaper, but we'll see. Thank you very much, Men's Rhea, for the Tier 1 resub at 4 months. Go Reynor, go Fiance. Exactly. Exactly. We're going to see an Extractor Trick 15 hatch here out of Reynor. Just a little mix-up. You do some fancy Extractor tricks here to keep yourself from floating larva as much as possible. Get as many drones out as you can while you do this. It's a very neat little build order that a Brazilian Zerg player named Eric came up with. And he used it at the time to defeat Dark. Not once, but twice, I believe, in back-to-back series. 1 week after the next. It was very, very freaking cool. Very, very freaking cool. Very neat, by the way, from Cure. He sets this up to already have room for his add-ons. This is something I haven't seen before, but I like it. I like this a lot. I don't want to be nitpicky, but I would prefer it if this one barracks was back 1 hex, because then it makes it a perfectly flat wall. But this still is going to protect the add-ons a lot more than they would normally be protected. So I just want to give a little bit of kudos there to Cure for a very inventive little wall. Very nifty. Thank you, Kabuki. Appreciate that. Reynor may have a bit of an idea of what this is based on the timing of the Reaper. But now he's going to know pretty much for sure. Yeah, 2-Rax Reaper. Usually, we're just going to be seeing a 3 Reaper opening with this. Now, in one sense, the 15 hatch is good against this because you get the queens out 10 seconds early. But in another sense, it's not so great because his ling speed, even with a relatively quick ling speed follow-up, is going to be quite late relative to the norm. But Cure's not going to do... actually, he is going to do something crazy. He's not going to do something crazy in terms of committing to Reapers, but he is going to do something that when this build initially came out, the 2-Rax Reaper, that is. Hold that thought. Oh, Cure's going to force the high ground. Reynor going to maybe need an Evo Chamber morph to protect these drones, but he does lose one right there. The Reapers get themselves cornered here. Queens are going to be able to kill one. He might be able to get 2 and maybe even 3. Cure really going too deep here. Oh. Nah, Reaper's going to escape. Still losing 2 of your 3 Reapers is not ideal, even as he gets a drone. Now, Reynor is staying 2 base for a while, but he's already fully saturated on minerals on both bases. But what I wanted to say, Cure, this is something that when the 3-Rax Reaper initially was birthed and perfected, I would say, to me, ByuN is the epitome of the 2-Rax Reaper player. Because he was the one that came up with, first of all, that microed them so damn well, but also came up with all of these random builds behind it. And this was the first one that we saw. 2 additional barracks, a tech lab on one to add combat shields, no add-on on the second one, and then oftentimes this goes into a 2-base all-in, and it's very strong. Now, against this, there's a few ways to deal with it, but probably the easiest one is just adding a Baneling nest. You can theoretically build enough lings. Oh, speaking of which, Reynor is building a lot of lings right now. You theoretically can build enough lings to just surround it, and then the queens shell away at it or smack away at it, dart away at it, I guess. Reynor is going double Evo. If he can scout this, he will know to... Oh, okay. Oh, that's such a good scout for Reynor. This number of Marines pretty much tells you exactly what's up. It is going to be a 2-base play behind this. Factory coming in and single engineering bay. But the fact that Reynor's going double Evo is very, very good for him because he is going to have quick 1-1 upgrades in time, basically, to nullify the +1 advantage. Assuming, of course, he survives here. Now, he has cut workers for this, but Ling's going to set up on a surround behind this. Cure scanning. Evidently, he doesn't like what he sees and doesn't want to commit in here. If Cure just doesn't fight, this is actually really, really good for him because Reynor has really cut workers, like significantly cut them. And he's also delaying his lair and Baneling nest. Oh, man. What a brilliant play from Cure right here. Super fantastic read on Reynor. He scans this and he says, this isn't enough. This is a trap. And the fact that he understands that and Reynor is such a prodigious player with the counterattacks is, to me, that's quite impressive. Cure not even stimming. And the reason why this is so good, of course, is that Reynor will want to have built as many workers as possible, as early as possible, so that for the follow-up, he's as well positioned as he can be. Cure does stim a couple units forward. Oh, he's really going to want to get this tumor before the scan expires, and he does. Yeah, a 2-base push, pushing through here, is going to be really, really strong. Cure no 5th racks with this. Eventually, Liberators are likely to be added in, but we do see actually a 3rd command center coming through. So while this is going to be heavily committed off 2 bases, there is an opportunity for a transition. You can also set up tanks here, and this is a nasty position to try and deal with. Reynor is still a ways away from Bane speed. You can theoretically add +2 as Reynor, but his economy is, while he's still outmining Cure in terms of minerals by a little bit, it's not amazing. I like that he's playing 3 gas with this. Trying to go up to 4 or 5 gases off of the drone count that he has would just not be a great move. It's been a very, very technical game from both players. A lot of smart decisions being made by both of them. Oh, I do love the burrow play, though. I especially love the burrowed Ling right here. Burrowed Banes could be... Oh, my God. 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 Oh. Oh. Oh, Cure is so close. Holy crap. It's right there. Oh, man. That was almost half the army of Cure. Killed as basically first blood, really? Oh, Reynor's trying to set up these Banes. Oh, the scan sees them, and now he knows Burrow's on the field. That's so big. Well, I mean, he already knows Burrow's on the field because of these. Oh, no. Oh, Cure, Reynor! Oh, it actually hit mostly tanks. That was still very good, but it could have been so much better, but that's so good. 18 Marines deleted off the map. That's a quarter. More than a quarter. Another Burrow coming in here. This time... Oh, Liberator's actually trying to get into the natural. It doesn't get any kills. Good job there from Reynor. Queen's positioning for this. An armory has been added on. Cure's going to transition out of this, and he's going to go into a macro game, honestly, pretty nicely. Oh, how many SCVs? Looks like one SCV for a couple lings. Cure does need to, of course, start the +2 armor. Oh, man, the Burrow is so good here. Reynor getting to see this army movement is incredibly valuable. Oh, Cure's using the imbalanced Liberator spot. With a medevac, you can lock down mining at this base. Now, funnily enough, he's actually not positioned to do so. There's no way to actually kill this Liberator, even without range. This is effectively Reynor on 3 bases now, despite the fact that he's got a 4th. He cannot mine from this base. Technically, we see that he can for the moment, but... yeah, this is a little bit of a frustration. Smart moves, of course, from the Terran players to realize that you can bring a medevac there. +2 carapace is already done for Reynor. He's very far ahead in the upgrade timings. But that will kind of deviate a little bit. Oh, now the medevac, yeah, just for the positioning. Gives him the vision. Fourth command center started up here for Cure. So much respect is shown from both players here. Neither one of them wants to commit in. Reynor finally establishing actual 4th base mining. Drop going to come in on this position, but Reynor's on top of it, and he gets a couple of kills. Yeah, you literally just cannot mine from here until either Corruptor, Mutalisk, Viper. Those are the only things that can actually reach this. And once again, this is without Liberator range. 4 factories coming in from Cure. What? That is bonkers. That is absolutely bonkers right there. Reynor has not put as much attention into his creep in the last little bit. It's starting to expand again, but focused more on the other transitory points. It can feel... Oh, this lane gets revealed, actually. Okay, we're going to see a collapse in on top of this drop. Widow Mine gets taken down. A couple of units will fall as well. Oh, nice little mind break there from Reynor. But Cure is going crazy with the mech transition. Now, he's only on single armory, but he is going to be able to build so many tanks, so many mines. Is he on single army? Yeah. He just starts up the +1 vehicle weapons now. Reynor, no Viper in production yet. He has finished up the Hive. He's got so much Ling Bane. He's only on 68 drones. Reynor is... Did he lose a bunch? No, he just, like, morphed them into buildings and never replaced them. And never really went up to a big drone count. Oh. The fact that Cure didn't see this? Like, he was blocked from building this. That can only be a burrowed unit. Oh, that's a nice burrowed infester. 5 ghosts in production here. Fungal growth is going to come in. Very nice little move. Can Cure get the hot pickup? Not really. That is a great fight for Reynor. One Widowmine did get a big connection. Reynor's going to try and go in here. There's a lot of tanks, but not a lot of bio, actually. Cure is very low in actual fighting units right now. Banelings do connect on the few that he has. A lot of units in production right now for Cure. Reynor might actually just break him with, like, the Terran version of, like high army supply, low worker count. 2 command centers die. Cure thinking too much potentially for the late game. And Reynor comes in with just a big smash. Oh, Banelings burrowed. Oh, the unburrow, and he blasts a bunch of SCVs. And now Cure is behind in resources lost, way behind in economy. What a game from Reynor. The plays have been out of this world. The thing, though, for Reynor right now is he actually, while he's maxed again, he has no bank. Fungal growth from the back, though, going to lock down these ghosts. And Reynor's just going to smash him. Reynor says, look at me, I'm the Terran now. He's out trading, playing a lower worker count. He's the one fighting and being aggressive. Wow, what a game from Reynor. That was so sick. I was skeptical of it at first because, I mean, seeing any Zerg player on a low worker count, just, it gives me anxiety. You're supposed to be the eco race. And Reynor says, nah. I'm the Baneling race. I'm the Ling Bane. And that is such a sick game from Reynor. What a cool approach to playing against a player that really wanted to drag the game out after basically not even a failed 2-base all-in, but like an aborted 2-base all-in, like a mission abort. Like he pulled up and said, no, we're not doing this. Pull up. And he just said, okay. That was such a calm game from Reynor. I am really, really impressed, especially after the Liberator spot locked down his 4th base, and he just wasn't really able to mine from a 4th base for a very long time. What's the system, or is it confidential? I don't know. It's just a set of... It's just a few things that I've put in place to be able to minimize... Wow, just make it so that I can hide the results. It's pretty nice. All right, we're going to get into Game 3 in just a moment. We're going to run a minute of ads real quick, and we'll get there. Spent all that gas, GG. Yeah, he made use of the high-yield gas very nicely to just, for 3 less drones, which doesn't seem like much, but is a lot when you're only on 67 drones. Yeah, be able to efficiently add on basically an extra gas. All right, it's going to be Mothership for game number 3. Yes, commentating blind. That is the goal. Like, I just don't want to know what's going to happen, because to me, that is a cardinal sin of commentary. If you know the results, it takes so much away. And that's just for me. I don't want to know what is going to happen besides through my knowledge of the game in a general sense. I don't want to know what's going to happen in the game itself. That's very important to me for the integrity of the commentary. All right. Ads are cleared. Let's get into it. All right, here we go. Game number 3, spawning up in the top right. of Mothership. It is Team Liquid's Cure. In the blue. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom middle of Mothership. It is Basilisk's Reynor. In the red. And man, oh man, me, oh Micah. What a... God, what a game from Reynor. We're talking about, like, peak level ZVT. We always talk about the mechanical side of it and how good he is with that. Oh, he's opening up gas pool. Oh, that's cool. That is cool. Maybe looking to blindside a 2-Rax Reaper play, or possibly gonna try and go for a Ling run by at like 3 minutes to 3:10. That's what this enables you. You get a faster Ling speed is the big core. Now, it's not as committed as, let's say, a 13-12 Speedling opener, which is it's a pretty baller way to play. I think it's pretty fun. But with all that said, yeah, I gotta give mad props to Reynor for the patience and technical vision he showed. Because it's not just about mechanical dominance, but being able to, in the face of a very patient play from Cure, match it and even surpass it strategically. That's pretty freaking cool. Cure, this is pretty far from ideal from him because he is going to scout the wrong direction. Only checks the natural though. Okay. Will he... Well, the Reaper's going to show up in time. Okay. Oh, this makes sense. Yeah, he just wanted to make sure he could send the Reaper the correct direction. I like that. I like that a lot. It's like he's done a totally normal SCV scout. And he will arrive. Oh, I don't know that he noticed the Lings. Reynor saw that he was spotted. Oh, it's going to be a Roach Warren behind this. Cure, if he darts to the bottom side, he will scout this, but he doesn't do so. Reynor's all inning. He is going for it. Now, is he going to fake this? Was this always a fake? No, this feels like this was real from the get-go. He's been mining gas this whole time. Cure's... I really don't like where he put the Roach Warren, to be honest. I think you should put it here. This was so easy to scout. Lane speed is going to complete, and that will be a dead Reaper. We've already got a Tech Lab coming through. Oh, good cancel on the SCV right there from Cure. If he'd let it finish, it would have just died. Just minus 50 minerals for no reason. So, good save. It's wild that that's, like, not the default, but you're so ingrained in your mechanical processes that is kind of understandable. I guess that's not that many links. That could have been very awkward for Cure right there. One Marine blocking the depot. Barracks not yet done, and no other units on the field. Or sorry, bunker not yet done. It is going to be a Cyclone. Reynor did drone up a little bit more, but he's built these 3 Ravagers. Where are they? Okay. Well, 2 Ravagers? Just 2. I am super confused, but he's really trying to force an overreaction from Cure. And kudos to Cure for not overreacting to this, because this is actually just a, relatively speaking, very light pressure. Oh, losing that Overlord would really suck for Reynor. The thing is, Reynor's like super far behind right now if nothing else happens. This Overlord, of course, is not on the high ground.
Ready to raise some hell.
Oh, there we go. We'll get back up there. It actually kind of acts as a bait. Oh, and speaking of bait, this is going to be a big attempt to grab these Hellions. Very nice job from Reynor. He is going to get 3 of the Hellions in the Cyclone right away. 4th one. Cure just kind of abandons it, and he actually will be forced back off the low ground. This is really, really good from Reynor. Corrosive Biles. Oh, good dodge on the SCVs. Still losing even just a couple SCVs is quite bad for Cure. Resources lost right now is really, really brutal. Banshee will pop out, and it should be able to get both Ravagers. Lings, I think, should just retreat, but he might leave them here on purpose to kind of distract the Banshee. Reynor behind all this has a third base done. He has been droning up, and it's worth noting that despite the worker count being close, with all this lost mining time for Cure, Reynor is going to take a nice little lead. Mostly it's off the back of killing that flock of Hellions, that squad of Hellions. If it wasn't for that, I would say this was a phenomenal position for Cure. As it is, I still think he's in a decent spot. He's already got his third command center done and starting to land. Part of the problem right now for Cure is just that Reynor is going to have a lot of freedom. Yeah, there's only 3 Hellions on the field. It's a little bit uncomfortable moving out. Oh, what is this Ravager doing? Look at it. Just freaking out. Wanted to be with that Overlord. Oh, Scouts. Look at that. We got Scouts installed here. We got a Colossus being 3D printed. And now sent into the Shadow Realm, I guess. Banshee's finally going to come across the map to put on a little bit of pressure. Reynor did go for a very fast infestation pit here. Might be thinking about, yeah, quick infestors as well as the quick hive. It is going to be a very fast hive. Just 4 gases once again. But a 5th one about to complete. I do love the Overlord creep drop here. He doesn't have a crazy number of creep tumors because he has a very low queen count, relatively speaking. Would love to see Reynor, if he can, take down these 2 rocks. I like this very, very much from Cure. Any scans are going to be worth a lot more than normal. Not getting this 1 creep tumor is not great, but there's queens dropping creep anyway, so this is actually not going to dissipate. That's probably one of the most underrated plays a Zerg can do. Oh, does he get a shot on this? Banshee, not quite. Would have taken 3 shots to kill from a Spore anyways. Cure has not decloaked his Banshees, which is a little bit awkward because now they're completely out of energy. And they're more valuable than normal because the queen count is so low. Reynor going up to 4 infestors and an uber fast adrenal glands relative to the game state. Like, adrenal glands starts before combat shields was even half done for the Terran. That's actually pretty crazy. It is going to be an Ultralisk Rush coming out from Reynor. Oh, this Ling run by could do mad damage. Just as Cure is starting to move out here. Widowmine's actually being boosted forward to burrow here. They will end up being dragged into the SCVs a little bit. This is going to force Cure back a little bit. Reynor wanting to kill this missile turret, but it is being repaired up. Huh. Kind of funny that this ended up being a position that they fought over. And Cure does win that battle, but there's no burrow play. Just the thought of that, though, may put a bit of fear into Cure. That was actually really good from Reynor. He kills 8 SCVs, a couple Marines, 2 Widow Mines, and once again drags the whole army back home while his Hive Tech is getting closer and closer to completing. Upgrades are pretty far in the favor of Reynor. Oh, good quick reaction time there from Reynor. He has skipped Baneling Nest entirely. I wonder how different this game would have been if those 4 Hellions had not gotten jumped the way that they did. Oh my god, Fungals could be massive here. Scan, so important for Cure. Meanwhile, counterattack on the other side of the map. Widowmine did get dealt with pretty well. Reynor can actually take this fight, especially with Adrenal Glands. Widowmines, oh, big friendly fire. Massive friendly fire right there on the center of those Marines. And And Reynor is actually kind of continuing to cook here. He wins this little skirmish with just a handful of lings thanks to the adrenal glands and the lack of upgrades for Cure. It was even upgrades there. But now +2 Carapace has completed. Ultralisks on the field, and they're about to have Chitinous. Big fungal on these Hellbats and a small number of Marines. The Hellbats is the only splash damage right now in this army. Reynor is once again out-trading Cure, even if by a small margin. Reynor is so freaking cool, man. Oh, Banshees could go with the snipes on these Infestors. In fact, they really, really need to kill them before they get in here. Wind of Mines gets a massive shot. Gross of Bile not going to be enough here to kill this. Cure. If he didn't kill these Infestors, I think he's dead. As it is, this is still going to be super scary. +2 melee is going to complete. Not enough fungals, but the Chitinous plating is going to go to town. Wind of Mines do burrow up. They only hit a couple of lings. The Ultras are so strong in this scenario. Cure. He's dead anyways. It didn't even matter that he sniped the Infestors. It was mass Marine mine against this. Reynor absolutely crushing Cure in this best of 5. What a decisive showing out of Reynor. Oh man, oh man, oh me, oh Micah. God, that was so sick. Sounds like Steadfast has a crush on Reynor. I mean, after that game like that, how could you not have a crush on Reynor? Damn. Maintain my nerf Reynor statement? Yeah. Yeah. Next up. Oh, man. Okay, we're going to run a couple minutes of ads. This is very cool and is happening for the first time in history. Clem versus Maru, with Clem playing Protoss. We haven't seen it before. We actually never saw it on the previous patch, which is a bit of a shame, but this is going to be really, really exciting. I am really excited about this one. All right, 3 minutes of ads, and we will get into it. Oh, I'm excited. I am excited. From even game to absolute destruction in just a couple of minutes. Yeah. Yeah, seriously. Very, very, very freaking cool. Just outstanding. Bum, 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 bum. Bum 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 ba-dum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum. Welcome, Tank and Spat. Dude, you're out of eggs. Did you want to buy more eggs? Oh man, I'm very excited about this. The one thing I will say is that this is going to be played cross-server, so it's not quite the same as, you know, playing on LAN, playing very low ping, but this is still pretty freaking cool. And it's very nice that it is in the round of 8 of a pretty big tournament, $10,000 tournament. All right, how much time do we have left on the ads? Just a minute, so we'll get things set up. Gonna add a wild statement before going. Welcome, Veggie Medley. True Valentine is top Zerg play. Does make me blush. What can I say? How could it not? How could it not? Remember to drink your water as well. Be sure to drink your Ovaltine. Be sure to drink your Ovaltine. Huh? What? All right, here we go. Spawning down in the bottom right. For Team Liquid. In the blue for Protoss. It is Clem. Malem. He doesn't have the Malem thing, though, because it is played on the NA server, and he doesn't have the little polar bear, which is a little sad, but it is fine. Spawning up at the top left for Vitality, it's Maru. What is he going to cook? This feels like a big match. Maru, for a very long time, was a huge hurdle for Clem. And then finally, after I think 3 years of losing in TVTs, Clem finally beat Maru. He finally beat Maru. And then immediately lost 3-0 to Reynor in the following round. It was in the round of 8 of, I don't want to misspeak, but it might have been an... Was it an IEM? Was it an EWC or a Gamers 8? I'm not sure, but I remember specifically that happening. And it was a huge, huge win. We're going to see an Engineering Bay block, but oh, Clem gets a kill on the SCV. Now, he is just going to pull 3 probes. This was a gas-first Engineering Bay block, so I think this is just going to be Reactor Hellions. Sometimes when you're a player like Maru, because he does such outlandish builds, such wild plays, sometimes doing the most expected thing can be the most surprising. Oh, he was going to go for the command center first, I think. And then instead elects to go for the factory now. Adds a second gas. Wait a minute. Oh my god, we're one base all inning. What? Maru. Okay, never mind. He is not doing the normal thing. He is doing an outlandish thing. Wow. Second barracks. What? Maru. Okay, I'm actually... This is so surprising. Oh, he's going to get a kill on this probe, but he will lose the Reaper. Scouts the Twilight Council. I mean, a Twilight Council is actually not amazing against a one-base play unless you open up with either A, very quick charge, or B, go for a Dark Shrine, but even then your opponent can theoretically go Raven. In fact, I've seen that very game between Hero and Maru. Blink is really good. It's just that you usually don't get the time to get up to it. But because this doesn't feel like the fastest, sharpest one base all in, Clem might end up getting up to Blink in time. The big thing is that he needs to recognize what's going on. There's no command center here.
I am here in the shadows.
Clem adds a robo. Now, needless to say, Clem has to figure out what's going on very soon. Because if he doesn't, he is just not going to have the production and unit count to deal with this. Cyclone will get a kill on one of these first adepts. This is already very bad for Clem. Oh, Maru's going to track down the second adept. That's a dead adept. This shade will not complete in time. Oh, boy, this is already quite bad for Clem. Maru's going to move out, and this is not going to be spotted. There's no shield battery at the front. This already looks so dangerous. It's 26 army supply to 6. Maru, pulling the boys, is saying, welcome to Protoss. I hope you have a terrible stay. What a way to open things up. In their first, I believe, first official match. They may have played on the ladder. But man, oh man, this is already looking so bad for Clem. He's moving out to take a third Nexus. Prism is being produced. He might have it pop out in time. Oh, well, yeah, he will have it pop out in time. Blink is going to complete in a moment. But this is already looking so, so bad for Clem. Siege Tank is already in range of the... Well, the entirety of the natural. Blink forward going to come through. We're going to see the mass repair on the Siege Tank, keeping it alive. Maru is going to keep it alive indefinitely. It doesn't go down. The repair, and GG is called. Maru, what a sick play. That looked like such a good blink. That looked like that was a dead tank for sure. But Maru already had the mass. He already had the surround on this setup. He knew exactly what was coming. And the SCVs immediately mass repair. If that tank goes down, Clem can actually hold this push. Potentially. Potentially. Not a guarantee. But with the tank surviving, absolutely no chance whatsoever. What a sick play from Maru. Wow. That is so baller. That is so freaking baller. First series Maru has played against Clem on a LiuLi since the 14th of January, 2024. Damn. Damn. That is a long time. 2 years since they have played one another. Oh, that is such... The fact that he boosts the tank forward and immediately surrounds it even before it's finished sieging. He knows exactly what the win condition is in that scenario. That is so cool. For anyone not familiar, of course, Clem is a Terran player, but he has been playing Protoss versus Terran for a very long time. In the matchup, he feels that he can be more consistent with it because TVT is very swingy. Maru, though. Maru has also played a lot of Protoss in his time. And he's even beaten Zaun 2-0 in a macro game. In macro games. In qualifiers before. Zaun, of course, a very strong Protoss. That is super, super freaking cool. All right. Quick minute of ads once again. And we will get into 10,000 feet for game number 2. With Maru jumping out to an early lead. What a baller play that was. That was so sick. That is like the mass repair there actually has me giggling like a little schoolgirl. Like just the way that he... And I am not a Maru fanboy by any means. But like, God, that's such a cool play. Such a cool play, such a sick read. And just a great understanding. Great understanding of the win condition. Clem, Reynor, Scarlet. I would argue that the only actual hybrid player that there is Clem. Moro, M-O-R-R-O-W, was a hybrid player. He actually played... And then Ret in Brood War. Maru also beat Shin with Protoss. He did, actually. He did. Reynor has beaten Serral with Protoss. Like, yes, it was on, what was that? Rad Huset Station, which was an insanely busted turtle map. But it was still a very good game. Like, it was a really, really good game. All right, here we go. Game number 2. Spawning up in the top left for Team Liquid, it is Clem. Melem. In the blue. And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right with just the biggest swag move. It is Vitality's Maru. Up 1-0. God, the fact that he was about to build the command center and then said, you know what? No. We're not. We're not going to build this CC. I'm feeling it. Is so cool. Oh. Maru coming in with a fake proxy in game number 2. He has brought his bag of tricks today. And you might be saying tricks are for kids. Maru says, nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. All right. Oh my God. Is Clem actually going to scout this like immediately? No, he's not. It's hidden behind the shrubs. That is really cool from Maru. Clever move. He does see the double gas. And okay, good stuff. Very important in my opinion to confirm that a factory was in fact built at home. Cure actually won a game versus Classic. Precluded on the idea that if you don't check for the factory at home, you're going to be in trouble. This is cool out of Maru. We don't see bunker rushes with the Proxy Reaper, even as it's a relatively fake Proxy Reaper. Now, it is a lot weaker than it used to be, but after winning game 1 in the fashion that Maru did, Clem may be a little bit thrown off his game. That cannot feel good the way that game number 1 went. Here is a first Reaper showing up, and that's already going to be a dead probe. And now the bunker comes into play. Zealot could have, of course, denied this bunker easily. But now it's up. Now it's running. Now it's a nuisance. Oh my God. He is going for a one base play again. Clem doesn't get to see the reactor. Doesn't get to see the starport. Sorry, he does get to see the reactor. Doesn't get to see the starport on the other side of the map. We'll talk about what Clem saw in a little bit. This is forcing a little bit of lost mining time. Clem could just be mining from the bottom side of the position. Part of why you don't do this anymore, by the way, as Terran, is that this, obviously not being able to salvage the bunker because damage interrupts it, makes it a lot more of a commitment. It may not seem like a big deal being able to get 75 minerals back, because you don't get the full cost of the bunker, you get 3/4. But it is actually a pretty big deal this early in the game. It's enough to make it go from this being worth it to this not being worth it. Maru, this is very cute. This is a super fast 4 Widowmine drop. He does, of course, have a command center behind this, but Clem did see the reactor, but that could be anything. That could be Hellions. There's no indication that this was a rush to a starport. I really love that Maru dropped this knowing he was going to kill the probe before it's looped back around. Now, there's a theoretical situation where Clem darts straight up here, but he had it on patrol. There was no reason for him to be shifting that. So Maru just kind of does the math and says, yeah, Reaper's going to get back here in time. Speaking of which, these 2 Reapers that have survived from earlier are going to distract a little bit here. We've got Clem setting up for potential drop. Widowmines do burrow up here. 3 of them, in fact. Oh, Maru with a nice unburrow. Unfortunately, his own 3rd mine actually blocks his movement. Widowmine in the main. Oh, that's a mistake from Clem. Oh, that was very, very scary for Clem, but he manages to escape there. Wasn't actually a mistake. It's only a mistake if you actually lose the units. Good job from Maru to actually let the Widowmine fire there. That was actually very good for Clem in the aggregate. He kills all 4 mines. Oh my God, Maru, you're such a genius. Your brain is so big. Clem is relying on this wall to protect him from Reaper jump-ins. but Reapers can be medevac drops. They're bio units. This is going to be like 3 probes, maybe. That is so freaking sick. He might get more than 3 probes, actually. Oh, almost got a 5th. He didn't even do that as theoretically as well as you could have, but that was still really, really slick. Nice scan on the observer. That's actually so frustrating, too, because Clem was in a phenomenal position off of the defense against the mine drop. Oh, that's really big, getting the medevac. That's very, very nice for Clem. Auto turret on the other side of the map. Maru is keeping the pressure and annoyance really ramped up here. But I do think I still, even now, like this position for Clem. He's got a 3rd Nexus nearly done. Maru just started his stim. Auto turret will come in. He gets just one probe per auto turret. Clem's got blink done. Oh, I like that. He blinks one stalker, leaves the other one here. He doesn't have the stalker all the way up in the corner, like right up against the edge. But I think this is a safe spot anyways. Sometimes, though, the Terran player, well, whoever, misplaces it slightly. And so there's a... You can get one additional shot. Oh. Oh, the triple shot. Maru sneaking the tanks up on the stalkers. Gets himself a cheeky kill. That stalker got absolutely blasted into outer space. Maru's doing so many cool things here. He really wants to win this match. Like, obviously every player wants to win every match they play. But sometimes you give it a little bit of extra pepper. And it feels like Maru, well, he's grinding that pepper shaker like nobody's business. He is coming out with all the spice. Look at that beautiful timing on the stim combat shields +1 weapons. I love a good timing, a good lineup on the timings. It is worth noting, of course, that this is the only series these players will play today. Oh, that was a very janky blink from Clem. Costs him a lot of HP on the stalkers and 2 of them. Force field's coming through. This is not looking good for Clem at all. Robo facilities in big duress. Can he get the Colossus out? The answer will be yes. Charge lots engaging in here. Colossus pops out at an opportune moment, but Maru is going to be able to target it down with the tanks. No, it survives on 4 HP. Oh, and the shield battery will heal it up. Oh, baby. Blink forward, sniping the full medevac. The third one shows up, trying to save these bio units. Clem is on the hunt, though. Oh, can he get this medevac? Boost is still on cooldown for a little bit. He's going to drop out the bio units, and he will save the medevac for the moment, but Clem says, "Nuh-uh, you're not getting out of here alive." What a turnaround. And just like that, this game could have been potentially this series could have been a 2-0. Now it is Clem reversing the fortunes immediately and on the verge of evening this series out at 1 apiece. Maru. He's down in army supply. He's down in workers. He's forced to lift the 3rd. Clem's got to be careful, of course, but he's got a very strong army, especially with no Vikings on the field. That one Colossus surviving. So big. It is very low on HP, and it's only got 100 shields as an option. Oh, Widowmine dropping the other side. Maru really wanting to break the momentum of Clem. Oh, the retarget! Clem not paying attention right there for that, and Maru at the last second kind of retarget says, wait a minute, I think I've got an opening here. But here comes the attack into the natural. Extended thermal lance is not done. Force fields are very good, actually. Bunker will get taken out, but Maru has now evened the supplies back up. And Clem just took a 4th base. He's not scaling in a way that is out of hand by any means yet. Oh my god, Maru, that is so sick, getting that mine drop in there at such a critical moment to really break the focus of Clem with this attack. Maru is still going to have a tricky time trying to land this base. How many Vikings does he have? Just 3. That's not a lot. And extended thermal lance, still not quite done. Plus 2 weapons and extended thermal lance are going to be a really big deal for these Colossi. Link does find the medevac that tried to retreat back home. There is a drop on the other side of the map. Maru has almost 30... No, that is 30 supply. So much supply on the other side of the map. Scan comes in here from Maru. He sees nothing at home. Extended thermal lance just completed. Just completed. Maru is going to try and defend here. There's a very complex Sim City, which is not actually the best for Maru. Recall coming in here on top of the main base. Oh, the Widow Mines. Oh, massive ambush. But a lot of the units do survive. They're just wounded up. If Maru had stayed there, he actually wins that fight. 100%. 100%. But you can't know how the army is going to come out of the recall. Oh, big shots from the Colossus. We are going to see the drop trying to drag in on top of these Colossi. But Maru doesn't have enough, and Clem wins an explosive game number 2 to even the series at 11-11. Look at that. That's poetry in motion right there. Make a wish. I wish for a 6 series between these two. 1-1 after 2 games. 11-11 on the timer. That's poetic and a half, isn't it? There's poetic. This was poetic and a half. Oh, man. Great game so far, indeed. That is actually so sick. All right, Celestial Enclave going to be the map for game number 3. Quick minute of ads. The numbers, yeah, right? Actually rigged. Actually rigged. Do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart? Well, you certainly should. Because it believes in you. How is Reynor versus Cure? If you are a fan of Zerg, go back and watch it. Go back and watch it. A source close to Casterman revealed to me that Steadfast is made up of rusty stalker parts and duct tape. It's true. It's true. Who told you that? How did you know? God, that was so freaking good. That was so cool. All right, all right, all right. Ads are clearing now. And with that, we get into game 3. And here we go. Game number 3. Spawning down in the bottom left for Team Liquid. It is Clem. Malem. In the blue. And his opponent spawning up the top right for Vitality. It is Maru. In the red. God, this has been such a sick series already. Maru with the baller save on the siege tanks in game number 1. Clem with the barely popping out Colossus into barely surviving Colossus in game number 2. That then stayed alive for the entirety of the game. All right, all right, all right. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Okay, Celestial Enclave. We've already had such shenanigans. It would almost be disappointing if there isn't something wild, wacky, weird here on this third map. Without that Colossus, he couldn't have pushed. Absolutely not. And then Maru secures the third base. And, you know, things go very differently. I don't know if Clem would have been able to... I think he still would have been able to defend the push overall. But he definitely doesn't defend it as well as he does. And he definitely can't counter push afterwards. Oh, man. Already so many twists and turns in these games. So cool. So cool. Okay. Clem going to open up Zealot first. Ooh. Okay. He is going to try and put some pressure on Maru here on Celestial Enclave. Very, very nifty. Maru just looking around saying, hey, you got any sneaky probe trying to come in the back? This bunker is not going to be in time to deal with this initial Zealot. Now, it is a big map. It takes a long time to cross it. And, of course, the Zealot delays the Adept a little bit, but this will still be quite a nuisance for Maru. He's obviously got the Reaper and 2 Marines. Oh, good micro so far on the SCVs. Maru. Very good defense so far. No workers lost. Not much time lost on the command center. And Bunker's going to finish up in time to deal with the first Adept. Yeah, this is A+ defense out of Maru. A+. Oh, he's building a second barracks here. We're doing the 3 racks. I have been saying for a long time, I think this build is crap. But I think the new 3 racks that we've been seeing a lot of is quite good. And that is the double reactor 3 racks. We'll see if that's what it is. With the engineering bay, I think it is absolutely going to be that. Oh, nice job from Clem right here. He's able to snipe down a couple Marines. Gets out with the Adepts after killing an additional SCV as well. Okay, that's very nice from Clement. Clement Desplanches. But yeah, the fundamental concept of the 3 racks, when it's a 2 tech labs, you're spending all of your gas right away. And the transition doesn't feel that strong. Blink play feels very good against it if the Protoss player plays theoretically correct. And what I mean by that is they spot the move out, they have good blink micro, and they just whittle down the army. But with this version, actually, hang on. No, this is something new, because he is getting a fast engineering bay, but he is getting double tech lab. Oh, wow, a 4th barracks. Wait, what? Oh, Maru is pulling out all the weirdest stuff. He's got a 3rd CC done, so this is not a normal 3 racks. And I mean, that should be obvious based on the fact that he's still on 1 gas. He's taking the gas over here. What is this? Oh, Clem actually does let the Adept shade finish. That is a rare misstep. He is usually extremely good about canceling those. Oh, is that a scouting SCV? No, what was that? Reaper. Duh, scouting Reaper. What did it see for Maru? Didn't see much, actually. But was Blink used? No, so he... I mean, if he saw any number of Stalkers, he should know that it's Blink. I legitimately have never seen this before as a build. 5 barracks, no factory. Very fast +1 weapons, very fast stim, very fast combat shields. This feels like it is kind of looking for your opponent to be very aggressive with Blink. But he wasn't prepared for this one, and he still doesn't have stim or combat shields. Clem, ooh, showcasing the double Blink micro with Blink with the Prism. Targeting down Marauders, getting some very good kills. And he doesn't lose a single unit. 7 SCVs, 6 Marines, 2 Marauders going down. Maru. This is why you need siege tanks. This was a 4-gate blink out of Clem, and he is microing it to perfection. God, the Prism micro is so sick. What a baller. If he blinks across this chasm, it is going to be very difficult for Maru to deal with. Now, I will say this is committed. He's got a 3rd Nexus done, but Maru's got a very good economy. Blink to the side. Observer did see that the army of Maru was out of position, so he's able to blink on the bunker. Oh, Prism micro is good. We're going to blink it on top of the units. That is a bridge too far for Clem. He gets the Prism sniped. No, Clem, just like that. His lead has dissolved. Oh, God. Clem going too deep and gets just walloped. Maru was in a lot of trouble there. And Clem, that was going so well for him. And that's the thing about this kind of play, is it's going so well for you until suddenly it isn't. I don't think he was expecting the number of bio reinforcements that there was. Now Maru is way ahead in army supply. I still don't know about this move out because it is such a large map, but he doesn't have to stim until very late. Prism has been rebuilt. Clem has a lot of micro potential here. First stim will expire in a moment. There it is. But as the probes pull, they're going to get blasted pretty hard. Clem having to blink back everything there. Maru putting so much pressure on Clem to be perfect with the micro, and unfortunately, he's not quite. Does lose a couple of those stalkers. Still saves a lot of them, but they're very, very low on HP. Oh, but this Prism micro is very good. Maru, though, clicking down a couple of the stalkers that were super, super low. Clem having to guess which ones Maru would target. Now the Prism micro for Clem kind of taking over in the last minute as it's just one Marauder remaining. But the supplies are still very good for Maru. Now, it is important to note that because he took this back base, he won't have as good of an economy. Oh, he does. Clem losing another stalker there. He is so committed on just gateway units. Charge not quite done yet either. If it had been prioritized a little bit earlier, this would be really difficult for Maru to continue doing what he's been doing. Clem has caught back up in supply, though. Maru still... Does he not have medevacs yet? Still, no. No factory units, no medevacs. And now Clem... Okay. Showing why he wants to be playing Protoss. Finally taking over this little position. Maru, I feel like he could have cut his losses on the attack a fair bit earlier, and it would have been a very good choice. This has gone back and forth a lot here. Both players are really pushing themselves to the limit. Maru is going to have a little bit of difficulty defending against this. This is not a pleasant situation. Good pickup micro there from Clem. Saving the majority of the Zealots, but actually does leave this these two in there. Finally, medevacs have popped out here for Maru. Clem up at 73 probes. He's getting up to 2-1 upgrades. Still no additional tech yet. No. Losing a sentry sucks. Very unfortunate there for Clement, just on a bad rally. There we go. There's the RoboBait coming in. Oh, deep breaths. This has been a crazy series so far. Big supply block for Maru, but he's got 5 depots about to finish up. That is a lot of charge lots. There's no Widow Mines here. Oh, Maru wants that Observer. He will be able to get it. Clem was not close enough to punish that little move. Oh, it's going to be double Robo-Colossus. Wow, that is a weird base to take here as Clem. I feel like this is not a great base to take. 2-2 on the way for Maru. It is very far along here. Plus 2 weapons for... This is interesting, because even upgrades right now... Actually, hold that thought. Big engagement coming in. This is heavily Marauder-based. That's not so great for these medevacs, and especially against a heavy charge lot play. But it's going to be difficult for Clem to break this spot, and trying feels a little crazy. Ooh, nice hot pickup on the Immortal. That did survive during all this. There is a sentry here. Doesn't have energy for Guardian Shield, but will in a moment. Clem picks it up to make sure that it gets away. Guardian Shield, of course, going to be very valuable in these fights. Instead, he drops a force field. Snipe on, I think, a Viking right there by Clem. Yeah. This is very tense. But what I wanted to say is that the medevacs, because the medevac count is so low and because of the Marauder count is so high, every stim for Maru is super, super expensive. Upgrades lead is going to swing in the favor of Maru right now, just before this engagement, potentially. Clem trying to spread Maru thin here. Oh, warping in a ton of Zealots into the natural. Vikings not going to be able to cancel the Prism warp in, but That is a lot of Zealots that are going to go down here. I actually feel like it's better for Maru that the warp-in finished. Because that was a... That was a warp-in that got very little actual value. Double Robo-Colossus coming through. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, the rallied Colossus! That is so unfortunate for Clem. Maru moving through the middle. Clem didn't see it. Oi, oi, oi. God, this army is so scary. Disruptors would actually be amazing against this because of the Marauders stimming themselves so much. Clem didn't know that, though. We are going to see an attempt to surround this army. He blinks forward, takes down one tank. Another Colossus does fall. The other one that just popped out. Will it be enough? It does go down. Immortal on the top side. Reinforcements for Maru going to be able to win the day. This is too much. 96 armies fly now 100 to 12. I feel like if that one Colossus didn't go down, there was absolutely a chance for Clem to hold. But Maru is going to take the 2-1 lead in a wildly back and forth series. So freaking cool between these two. Oh, I'm fired up. I'm fired up. Hell yeah. Oh, that is cool. All right, we're going to run a minute of ads real quick. GG, this series is great. It is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. All right, game 4 going to be on Mothership. Get a little clap for these players. It feels like we have seen, at least in both games 2 and 3, both players were in a good position at multiple times. In game 1, it was just so... I mean, it was over so quickly. It was over so quickly. Man, this has been a cool series. Cool series, for sure. And it is living up to the hype so far. Clem's micro is insane. It really, really is. It really, really is. By the way, if you guys are enjoying on Twitch, make sure to follow. If you got a free Twitch Prime, would love it if you send it my way. If you can subscribe, that would help a ton. If you're watching on YouTube, if you can like the video, subscribe to the channel, that would be super, super helpful as well. And yeah, we will get into game numero 4. All right, here we go. Game 4, spawning up in the top right. For Team Liquid, it's Clem. Melem. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left of Mothership. Bottom middle, it is Vitality's Maru. In the red. Think of the follow Nando's Bros. Nando's phenomenal. Outstanding sauce on their chicken. Delicious. Delicioso. All right. God, this game, this series has already been so cool. Oh, very, very cool. Now, what are we going to see from these two players? We do have a double gas opener here from Maru. Clem, unfortunately for him, scouting the wrong way. I do love these 3-player maps, personally. I think that they're very awesome. Clem going to open up Gate Nexus. Not the craziest risk, but a small little risk. Small little risk. Potentially in the case of a Proxy Reaper or... I mean, if it's Proxy Marauder, then it's really unpleasant. Oh, huh. Clem actually stops short. Interesting. I guess he doesn't want to lose this to a Reaper. This probe, so he just actually goes back home. Will be Reaper Reactor. This can be Hellions. This can be 2 Reaper or 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion. A lot of things it can be. Very interesting from Maru. Okay, this is going to be Proxy Hellion drop. Okay, or sorry, Proxy Starport Hellion drop. Yeah, that's there's no other thing that this could be. That is pretty slick. Pretty slick, pretty slick. What? Wait, what? Hello? Apparently it's not Proxy Starport Hellion drop. 2 Reapers coming out. He does not swap this onto the reactor. So are we going to build a Liberator instead? I mean, we can still medevac lift into the natural, but that just doesn't feel that strong. This is so surprising. It's a tech lab. We're not proxying a BC, are we? 150 minerals, 150 gas. That's the number for a fusion core. No, we're not. He would have built it already. Surely. Still, Proxy Cloak Banshee is pretty sick. Oh, cancels the Banshee so we can start Cloak up immediately. This is so interesting. Clem? Oh, he did just shade forward with the Adept. That is very unfortunate for him. The first reveal of the units of Maru. Clem will know what this is now. But this is uncomfortable for him. Shield battery was done already, though. If there was no safety shield battery, this actually could have snowballed into GG. Like, granted, you won't die, but you lose 7, 8 probes. That's real bad. Clem is moving out of position, though. Huh. The Robo isn't done yet, but if he builds an observer right away, he'll have the ability to detect this. There's actually nothing at home for Maru. Hang on, this is actually kind of uncomfortable. Siege tank, though, will pop out, and it's just 3 stalkers. It's just the 3 stalkers. Looks like Maru is going to wait for the second Banshee. He is very committed right now, by the way, to getting pretty significant damage done. It is going to be an Immortal first, which is not ideal for Clem. That's actually very bad for Clem, in fact. Blink not yet done. These Reapers are actually doing a good job of drawing the Stalkers very far out of position. This is all 7 of the Stalkers, by the way. Reapers actually do survive, by the way, too. Maru cloaking up prematurely initially. Clem does have the Observer just about to pop out. Banshee's going to find big value immediately. Oh, but... oh, the juke attempted. He does still manage to juke with one of these units, but there is a shield battery in the main. And one Banshee doesn't have nearly the same amount of threat as 2. Still, Maru is up. Oh, wow. He's gonna build not just 3, but 4 Banshees off this proxy. That's crazy. That makes it really unfortunate for Maru that he lost the... one of the first 2 Banshees, because he could have had 2 Banshee hit squads able to one-shot through shield batteries. That actually, I really wish that Maru had actually hidden this third Banshee. I think that would have been a super, super cool play. But now Clem is going to go hunting for the starport. And he will find it. The 4th Banshee does pop out, but Clem gets to see that. And Maru, I don't know that he should be going in here with this Banshee. This feels risky. Clem, though. Oh, not able to blink off on top of that. Double engineering bay and a third CC already on the way. Maru is going to try and... He's going to try and drag this game out now. But Mothership is, first of all, a really good PvT map for Protoss. And second of all, I would say Maru's a decent bit behind right now. Mostly because this commitment to additional Banshees has not really paid off. Honestly, Maru... Oh, it would have been so cool. Okay, obviously, you know, I don't want to tell Maru how to play the game. Duh. He's a billion times better than me. But it would have been really cool if he adds Hyperflight Rotors and hides the 3rd and 4th Banshees and then has 2 sets of Speed Banshees while doing this 3rd Command Center play, this 3rd Command Center Heavy Siege Tank play. The damage he could have gotten done would have been immense. And Clem is a player that doesn't really play Stargate, and you already know he's gone Blink. And just the ability to keep Clem at home would have been extremely valuable. As it is right now, I don't hate Maru's position. Nice little move, by the way, with the Reapers into the 3rd base. We're able to get in there and find the value. The fact that Maru does find value with these Reapers at this point in the game, that's crazy. That's crazy. Even getting just this 1 probe in the natural is more than you're quote-unquote supposed to get. The fact that he got 3 and then an additional probe is really, really nice. Maru does have a phenomenal SCV count. And somehow the starport actually survives and makes it home. The problem right now for Maru is it is going to be so difficult to secure additional bases and keep Clem from outscaling you. But these Banshees do kind of exploit a fundamental unpleasantness of this map. Looks like Observer did get scanned and killed. Yeah. Maru finally going to be able to secure this 3rd base, but Clem is already set up on 4 bases. Observer will be able to kill... Actually, did he get all the first 2 Banshees? Oh, nice blink there. Yeah, we'll see in a moment. Oh, no, the 3rd Banshee is over here. Okay. Still, 4 probes to kill 2 of the Banshees. I think you're more than okay with that as Clem. Obviously, you really want to kill that 4th Banshee, or that 3rd Banshee. 3rd or 4th? I mean, he made 4. 3rd of 3 right here. It doesn't matter. Maru going vehicle weapons. Oh, okay. So he is really committing on this tank play. I mean, that should be obvious, I guess. He's on 8 siege tanks. Supplies are even. Maru is really making Clem work for this. Clem going to take the 5th base in the middle. Part of why Mothership is so good for Protoss, by the way, is that you can take a lot of the map. And that's something that Clem isn't actually doing just yet, but is quite good against this very, very defensive play from Maru. The thing is, Maru is... I mean, he's so good at representing threat, even when he's playing very defensively. What was that? Force field. I think... Did Clem mean to hallucinate a unit? Yeah, I think so. Oh. Banshee just going to be a nuisance here. Clem is... or rather, Maru, I should say, is getting up to 3 additional command centers. He's going to take the... Okay, this base. I was going to say, taking a forward base... It's not that it's a bad move. It's that it's really difficult to hold. If you can set it up, establish tanks around sensor towers, and really lock down all the locations, it's going to be really strong because it's going to give you a lot of control over a large area of the map. It's just that that's not easy to do. Oh, after +1 vehicle weapons, Maru goes into the ship weapons. 2-2 will complete for Maru. Just as he's trying to land his base. There are so many tanks here. Disruptor shots. Ooh, do kill the front 2 line. 2 tanks. Very nice little move from Clem. 2 disruptors can be an excellent anti-tank kind of hit squad. Yeah, hit squad. Maru still gets a positive trade, though. It's always going to be difficult to trade efficiently into a heavy tank-based army if the tanks are well defended, which there was a lot of bio there. It's hard to catch them out. Clem is taking double Nexus during all this. Oh, here comes Clem. He wants to break this position. Nice job right there. Finds a couple tanks. But Maru has a lot of stuff here. Disruptor shot does get avoided just barely. Clem continue to add disruptors on. I do like that quite a bit. I was going to say Prism in the main base would be amazing here, and he will get the warp in off. Did lose the warp prism, I believe. Maru is going to be able to deal with this, though. He's got a lot of Marines, so he will cut through Zealots. Oh, there's no tanks on the... well, no, they're pretty well placed behind the bases. That actually makes it very, very difficult to get to them. Oh, Disruptor shot hits a lot of Marines right there. Nice shot from Clem. Ruppy, go burr. Maru, though, he's established his 4 bases. Starts up that 3-3. He did delay that for a while in order to continue to pump units and make sure that he doesn't fall to the heavy aggression of Clement. Disruptors do find a ghost. But he did lose one on the follow-through. Clem breaking down these rocks. He blinks forward, does find a couple of these tanks. Maru is not rebuilding tanks, though, and he doesn't really need to. He's used them to secure his 4 bases. Advanced Ballistics is on the way. We already have Caduceus Reactor, the medevac energy upgrade, which is super valuable because Maru's stimming a lot. Most Terran players have started taking the route of getting that medevac energy upgrade first before Advanced Ballistics, and it feels like it has made it a lot more simple to flexibly defend. Disruptors unfortunately fired out from too far away. Clem does get a kill on the command center, but that was pretty expensive for him. It was not cheap by any means. And killing an orbital is nice, but it's usually not going to win you a game. Maru may feel like he can secure his 5th base, and he does catch Clem a little bit out of position here. Disruptor shots are decent, and that will cover the retreat. Clem losing a Colossus. Once again, good trades for Maru. And if he can hold this 5th base, that would be really good. Disruptors. Ooh, do get some decent shots on this. Some really good shots so far. Clem playing predominantly now Blink Stalker Disruptor with Zealots kind of just protecting the army integrity and protecting him from getting jumped by Maru. Scan comes in, finds the Observer. Disruptors not quite paired up perfectly, so when he gets 1 hit on the tanks, good repair from Maru, making sure that tank will require 2 Disruptor shots to kill, and it's just as healthy as it can be. Sensor tower now established. Ooh, this time, well, this is where the orbital going down actually does matter a lot. Disruptor shot connects on a few Marines. Other army of Clem coming in from the side. There's a good jump on this position by Clem. Disruptors covering themselves and forcing Maru to be unable to flank here. Clem with some beautiful micro there in the fight. Oh, but oh no, he's F2'd the Prism back. Well, that's not what you want to be doing. Nyum. Nyum. And it's dead. That is very unfortunate for Clem, because that would have been such a good Zealot warp into the natural right there. Ooh, this is going to be a find on a couple of siege tanks. Disruptors get some big connections here. Ghost getting taken out by a Disruptor shot on the tail end. That was a really good sequence for Clement. DTs do have their blink and have been warped in. What's the upgrade setup for Clem? 331. He's getting +2 shields as well. He's also gone back into Colossus a little bit. Maru doesn't have any Vikings besides just one. Oh, DTs. Well, there's a missile turret here, and this won't get much of anything done. Maru may decide to actually continue pushing on this right side. Oh, Liberators do get caught a little bit unprotected. Disruptor's going to push the army back. There's a lot of Liberators here, and they've got their +2 ship weapons, which means they are two-shotting these, who's-em-a-boobs, whatchamacallits, Stalkers. One-shotting EMP'd Stalkers. Cancel on half of the defensive warp in. Disruptor shots coming in on top of the planetary in the middle. A lot of SCVs do go down, but the repair is good. Oh, Maru starting to cook a little bit here. Clem is in some trouble. Maru's kind of got him on the run a little bit, but there's a lot of warp-ins behind this. Clem taking the left side of the map. This is part of what makes this a very unpleasant map for Terran. Versus Protoss specifically. Maru is taking some amazing trades here. He has 7,000 and change resources ahead. Oh, I do like this from Clement. Liberator going to get taken down there. Missile turret has gone down as well. The Warp Prisms with their speed getting into the main base. Vikings in pursuit. Should be able to take this down before it can warp in. Yes, he does get the kill. Zealots, though, starting to really just kind of needle Maru apart a little bit. Maru not able to deal with everything just yet, but he is still holding his own and holding the line well. Clem is outmining his opponent by a significant amount, but more so than anything, Maru is going to really struggle to take a 6th base. And he needs to find a very good fight to be able to establish a 6th. Oh, we do have a bit of an overmatch on the top side in favor of Maru. Clem is going to push through on the bottom, though. Gets a big double disruptor shot on a lot of Marine Marauder. Another disruptor shot. That doesn't kill those units, but it does weaken them significantly. Liberator's in a good siege spot, but Clem's still able to snipe down 2 of them. Good control out of Clem. And Clem is slowly but surely whittling down Maru. Maru needs a really good fight. Now the medevacs getting caught at the back of the army. Clem snipes down 3 of them and forces a huge retreating stim. And actually, Maru is in very significant danger of dying kind of right now. Planetary Fortress at the 5th is going to get taken down. That might be the decisive moment that blows this game wide open and forces a game 5. But we're not there yet. Oh, Blink Forward going to find 2 Liberators as they siege up, even sniping a Viking. God, Clem's Blink Stalker control is just out of this world. Oh, Maru's broken. He's built the Accidental Reaper. It's all over. Blink Forward going to come in, finds 2 Liberators once again. The army of Maru is so overstimmed. Losing those 3 medevacs was actually such a big deal for Maru. Clem has Maru very much on the ropes. That is a slow warp pylon. Clem will fix it. But for now, these DTs, well, they've got a date with a dead planetary. And you might be saying, that planetary's not dead. Well, it will be. 1, 2, 3, 4. There is a backup command center ready to go, but I've seen this song and dance before, and you're not going to keep that planetary alive without anything there. Orbital command falling again. Liberators trying to chase down this army. Clem snipes 2 of them. Well, 1 of them. Second one, he didn't have enough DPS to take it down. Viking count has been rebuilt. Maru, he's still got a very big army. The problem is, even though Clem doesn't have a bank and he can't build one, he is... Oh, this is such a nice move. The DTs from earlier are going to find so much value. Clem is doing such a good job of hitting and running with this army. Maru, though, will be able to get a lot of kills here. But yeah, the problem for Maru isn't the trades, it's the sustain. If this wasn't Mothership, if this was basically any other map in the pool, nice EMPs right there will reveal the DTs, make sure they can't escape. I would say Maru probably wins this game. But because it's Mothership, Clem is able to mine enough more than his opponent that he is able to take some inefficient trades. It's not even like Clem is microing poorly. He's microing magnificently. Maru, that being said, he has a very strong army, and he says, this is my moment. I have to go. He's rebuilt the medevac count a little bit. Disruptor shot. Ooh, gets 2 Marauders, clips 2 Ghosts. It's not even about the amount of medevac energy right now. It's about the healing throughput, and there's just not the ability to sustain everything for Maru. Clem still has to respect this army a lot. But he is doing exactly that. There is a counterattack on the other side of the map. Zealot's going to warp in. This might be the moment. Vikings have landed. Okay, yeah, Maru, even on army supply, he is going to tap out right there. It was actually quite a bit closer at the end than that tap out would tell you. But Maru knows that Clem is going to have enough. And we're going to game 5. Oh, man. Clem did such a good job of whittling that army down. All it would have taken to lose that game was actually just miscontrolling at the very end. If Clem doesn't respect the power of that army and just takes one bad fight, he actually just loses the game. Despite being like 10 bases to 5, 12 bases to 5. God, what a great series this has been. I hyped it up a lot at the beginning, and somehow it has actually exceeded expectations. All right, quick minute and a half of ads. Maru can't keep up with Clem. I wouldn't say that. I think Maru was keeping up with Clem pretty well. I think they both started to show cracks just a little bit. We had the F2 from Clem. We had the Reaper from Maru. I think they went toe-to-toe very, very well in terms of speed. Oh, game 5. Oh, absolutely, men with balls. 100%. I mean, I think Clem has a claim to the best PvT in the world. I don't think he necessarily does have it, but I think he has a claim to it. And I think that last game 100% exhibits that. God, these guys are so freaking good. All right, just 15 seconds. We'll get into game 5. Crazy that there's 2 more series after this. All right. Here we go. Game number 5. Spawning up in the top right for Team Liquid, it's Clem. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left for Vitality, it's Maru. He's gonna proxy in game 5. Oh, man. This is the most baller thing. Game 5, we proxy. We send it. We go for it. Is it going to be proxy 2-Rax Marauder? I feel like it's got to be. Clem is scouting with the probe. After a game like Game 4, after a series like this, executing a perfect defense against a proxy 2-Rax Marauder is not going to be easy. But especially, you did see with the F2 on that Prism, A little bit of a crack in the composure of Clem. Just a little bit. Clem, though, he should know exactly what this is. Now, here's the question. Do you just stay on one base? Because if you do that... Oh, SCV started and was canceled. Okay, that wasn't anything special. It was just to build a... Oh, we're committing to the low ground. Okay. Clem, I think, is going to rush out a robo facility. That is my instinct. Skilless displayed the sickest defense I think maybe I've ever seen against this. Oh, we're not expanding. Why'd we build the pylon on the low... Well, okay, he didn't see the tech labs. Okay, what I was going to say is Skilless came up with the sickest defense I think I've ever seen. You actually build the Robo on the low ground. You build the Zealot, you build Adepts. And even if the Marauders kite perfectly against the Adepts, you just keep building shield batteries. And because the Marauders don't gain bonus damage versus Zealots or Adepts, but they have to keep kiting them, and they can't fly to buildings, the shield battery heals so efficiently, and you never run out of energy. And then you go for an Immortal off of the low ground Robo facility. Clem losing the pylon that really sucks. That really sucks. Engineering bay. Okay, that's kind of cute. Maru is going to build a factory at home. He is, of course, transitioning out of this. Robo facility is not as good as... This doesn't seem as... This isn't as good as it seems. Sorry, I should say for Clem. Repair going to come through. Obviously, the Zealot is actually really, really nice for being able to be just a nuisance here. But you will be able to get a Cyclone out in time to deal with the Prism. Probe on the other side of the map is trying to be a nuisance here. Clem. Oh, puts it back on patrol as his opponent pulls the unit away. Marauder has shown up back at home. It can, of course, kite the Zealot if it has concussive shells, but he never built concussive. Oh, Zealots. He could have gone after the SCVs. Unfortunately, Clem didn't have the attention to spare. That's a little bit unfortunate. I didn't even notice that he canceled concussive. That's kind of wild. Oh my god, the probe almost kills the Marauder, but it's actually a little bit... It's a little bit misleading. The health bar is super low, but that's still 3 attacks before he would have gotten that. This is... I still think this is better for Clem. But it's... Maru's been pumping SCVs this whole time. Command Center is going to finish up at the same time. Actually, is this better for Clem? Actually, no. No, I think this is better for Maru. I kind of took for granted that Clem would have the worker lead. Yeah, I like this better for Maru. Blink is going to start up. If Clem can keep Maru off the high ground for a long time, this can be good for Clem. Because, of course, he'll be able to mine from the natural for a while. Maru does still need to complete the orbital command before he can start double SCV production. Does he scan for the observer? Yes, he does. Oh, it's so important that he gets that. Oh, my God, it's so important. Hey, he gets it easily. Raven is in production. Second observer shows up. Scan expires basically right away. The fact that there's an observer over top of this after the first observer was killed. Oh, this is cute for Maru. He's not sieging the tanks until he clears the second observer. Now he's going to siege them up. Force field dropped by Clem. Maru starts up a very quick +1 weapons behind this. Yeah, I actually still like this for Maru very much so. Nice force field on the ramp. This was cute out of Maru. He actually put the command center in a position where it was going to be difficult to drop the force field. How did Clem even see where to drop the force field? I'm actually kind of mystified by that he was able to do that. Because, like, he... Yeah, I don't know how he did that. Banshee is an interesting choice here. Oh, Clem is going to spot the potential move out, but that's the third observer that is going to die here. This one doesn't even cost Maru a scan. I actually think Maru's in a phenomenal position right now. Clem does have a finished third Nexus, which is very good for him. And he's getting into 6 gates. Charge already started. Already has +1 weapons on the way. This is an even enough game. God, this is so cool. I'm so happy that the Proxy 2 Racks Marauder ended up with a position where both players were in a playable spot. Ooh, good micro on the Banshee there. Does pull that back. Clem does lose one of his Stalkers, but he's able to snipe down a few units. Yeah, 3 Marines for a Stalker. I think both sides are okay with that. Technically a little bit better for Maru. Clem is not building workers right here. Okay, he cut probes hard looking at that push. He thought this was a very dedicated push. That's actually so good for Maru. Clem could be at, like, he could probably be at 57 probes, almost 60 already. Definitely could be fully saturated on this base. And taking a 4th even. But Maru, with that little fake move out, really distracting his opponent and really making Clem think twice. Was that an Adept that just died? Yes. I heard the, like, the scream, and I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's an Adept. I think Clem thought this was going to be a big commitment on for the attack. And in fact, it looks like it still will be. There's no additional 3rd command center. Maru is just pumping nonstop units. But the fact that Clem delayed his additional tech. Oh, sneaking up on the Stalkers, but Clem sees it and will pull back. That could have been very bad for Clem. This still looks super, super strong. There's a lot of potential with this push. 2 more gates will complete, and Colossus number 1 is going to pop out very soon. Clem has not taken a 4th base. He's reading this correctly. Okay, we're pulling the boys. We're pulling the boys. Clem sees it. He's going to intercept at least a few of these. That is actually really, really nice for Clem. Oh, killing those Widow Mines would be so nice as well. And he will shift-click them down. That is going to shut down the rest of the mining here. And actually going to kill a lot of depots. But no extended thermal lance makes this very scary. There's so much power in this 2-base push for Maru. Anti-armor missile coming through. I feel like Clem has nowhere near enough what he needs to fight this. I think he might have needed to recall the Zealots, but he didn't. Oh my god, Clem's going to get put in a massive chokehold. 2 gates go down immediately. The Nexus of the Natural is not mining. The Zealots gain no additional value at the Natural of Maru besides killing a bunch of depots, which is actually really good. But is it enough? Oh, blinking to the side, baits out 1 Widowmine. The Zealot's going to try and come in from the back, but there's just so much bio still. Colossus number 1 falls. 2nd one goes down. Last of the tanks has fallen, but there's nothing left for Clem. He's on 0 army supply. GG. Maru makes it happen with the 2-base all in after all. Oh, man. Damn. Maru wins the Battle of the Titans. Wow, wow, wee wah. What a series it is. Damn. Maru freaking beast. That was such a sick attack in game number 3. That was such a great exhibit of why Maru is such an outstanding player. And why so many people say he is the GOAT. It's because of the recognition of how much pressure there is in a situation, and he just creates situation after situation after situation in that game 5 where Clem has to defend perfectly. Maru just keeps putting this burden on his opponent. Absolutely awesome game number 5. And that is playing the series to a T. Damn. Clem should have won game 2 if he didn't blink. He... Was it game 2? Game 3. You're saying game 3. Man, that was super, super sick. And it's... There's so many things that happen in each game, but you can still boil it down to one moment pretty much in each game that Clem lost, where he lost it. Game 1, the repair on the tank. Game 2, the misblink in the natural of Maru. Or sorry, game 3. But game 2, the second game that he lost. And then game 5. Well, actually, I don't know that I would say that you could boil it down to one moment in game 5. Game 5 was a series of decisions with Maru kind of puppeteering the whole way. But probably that move out from Maru that forced Clem to cut workers, delay his tech. And then not having the Zealots on the other side of the map for the defense. Damn. Game 1, Clem could have built an Immortal instead of the Prism. Also, no battery. No battery. I don't know that the Immortal... I mean, maybe if he has the Immortal instead. It's hard to say. I think the lack of batteries probably hurt a lot. His Blink Micro is awesome to watch. It really is. All right, 2.5 minutes of ads real quick. And we'll get into the third series of the day, which is going to be Rogue Trigger. Hopefully this one lives up to what we've seen so far from these two, because it's been chef's kiss. We'll get this one set up. I am going to stretch my legs. And we will be right back. Okay. Regardless, it was a great series. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Maru canceling concussive shell after he saw Clem was one base was also a cool little detail. Yeah. It's very helpful. Derpy was saying he steals your food when you leave. FYI, always acting in bad faith. That's crazy. That's crazy. Can you believe that? Can you believe the shenanigans of that young pupper? Man, this round of 8 so far has been absolutely sick. All right, let's see if this continues with the ZVPs. All right, here we go. Spawning down in the bottom right. The third Basilisk player in the round of 8. Basilisk feasting so far. It is Trigger. In the red. Sending out an instant probe. And his opponent spawning up the top left. It is Rogue. In the blue. And yeah, we could actually see all 3 Basilisk players in the round of 4. Serral, of course, is continuing up after this, if you haven't already seen it so far. Kieran and Reynor played their series. And I guess I've spoiled it anyways, but Reynor did win that one. Trigger wanted to block an Extractor Trick 15 hatch here. He's going to make sure Rogue can't take the natural. I think that's important. I think if you go all the way to the third right away, you are leaving yourself to being exploited. You can't have the probe in every position at once, but I like this a lot. Now, this is a pretty neat little matchup because both of these players are extremely fast. Extremely fast players. And it'll be neat to see what they bring to the table on this one. Trigger has been improving immensely in the last little while, I would say. He's really starting to show some great results in tournaments, in fact. Has gone toe-to-toe with Clem multiple times. Got top 3 at Stellar Fest in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada, which I had the pleasure of casting in person alongside Harstom, Lambo, Pig, and actually got a chance to cast a series with ByuN, which was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. ByuN is very funny. He is incredibly charming. Obviously, he spoke English. I did not speak Korean. I would love to be in a position where I could speak Korean, but not able to just yet. And that makes it sound like I'm trying to learn Korean. I have not made an effort to learn Korean. Not yet. We are going to see the pylon block at the natural getting prevented. Rogue will go for the... Looks like maybe 3-3. Yeah. Oh, no. He adds the second set of lings, or third set of lings at the third base. But Trigger actually does shade to the left side. Rogue, good micro here on the lings. He's going to lose one, but... Rogue is going to lose a drone here as well. And has to morph a Spore. That's actually a very successful first adept. Did take a lot of damage, so it will be a little bit more difficult to find follow-up damage. But this is already quite good for Trigger. Okay, I was going to say, you can shade forward here, get yourself tucked into these positions, but Rogue doing an excellent job of making sure that if the shade's completed, even in a good position, the adepts would already be pre-surrounded. Trigger going to plop those adepts at home. Clearly he wants to keep them safe in order to expand to a third. First Oracle is crossing the map. Early game, so important in this matchup. And Trigger is able to find an additional drone. He's going to be able to cancel this egg. He gets a kill on the larva, too. That's actually really nice. Larva and eggs both have incredibly high armor, but larva are light, which means they take bonus damage. Well, it's spell damage, so it just ignores the armor. Yeah. That's the thing. Spell damage. Does find another drone here. Man, Trigger doing a great job with these oracles. I can tell you, having played exactly one game against Trigger's oracles, that he is really good with them. Ooh, almost goes a little bit too deep there, reaching for an extra drone, but he does manage to save this. 3 drones, 5 in total so far, and Trigger has not yet lost a unit. Overlord does scout into the main base of Trigger. Trigger is going to go for Blink behind this, and he's added 4 additional gates. Might elect to start off the series with a very aggressive Blink Stalker play. Trigger has some of the best Blink Micro in the business. And some of the best Blink Stalker aggression in the business, I would say. Personally, I think Heroes is still a little bit scarier, particularly in this matchup. But Trigger's challenging that premise. And, man, these oracles have done so much damage. Just little chip damage here and there, but keeping them alive. Getting 2 drones, 3 drones, 1 drone. More so just the fact that he's been able to find, like, 5 instances of damage, basically. Behind this, Robo Facility, Charge, Twilight Council. Or, sorry, Templar Archives, I should say. Rogue is playing +1 missile and will add the Hydralisks. He did manage to get away with not building a Roach Warren here. It is going to be a fast Lurker Den. That's actually a very fast Lurker Den here. Adds the infestation bit. Another drone does go down over the Oracle. Oh, barely manages to escape. Ooh, got to be so careful with that, but he does manage to get away. Trigger going to set up a little bit of defense on his 4th base and take that. Rogue still has a good drone count at a nice timing. A lot of people do believe that you need to do a little bit of damage to the Zerg in order to keep the game even. I don't know that I fully agree with that per se, but a player like Rogue, I think every bit of damage you can get to slow him down and prevent him from finding a timing that can kill you is good. And maybe even necessary. Revelation coming in, seeing that it is 8 gases is valuable, but he's already seen the Hydras, I think. Yeah, he's already seen the Hydras. So he knows that it shouldn't be Muta. In theory, since he's only seen, like, I think 4 Hydras, it could be an incredibly crazy fake Hydralisk build, but that would be pretty optimistic from Rogue to be like, yeah, you're going to scout these 4 Hydras, and that'll be enough. Like, that's all you'll see, and blah, blah, blah. Oh, finally. Oh, my God. We managed to jump away just as First Blood was happening. Finally, we're going to see a kill on actual units here. Those 2 Adepts getting caught in the middle of the map. Rogue will scout his opponent's Stargate Fleet Beacon transition. Trigger going up to 4 Stargates very quickly. That is not exactly standard. Is that the... Yeah, that was just another Adept. Trigger just looking like he wants to throw away the supply as much as anything. Very quick path to the late game here for Trigger. And 10,000 feet is a map where if you can get Tempests really fast, can be very, very powerful just shelling down this middle base, especially with the tectonic destabilizers. An anti-building upgrade. Mothership already, well, almost halfway done. Rogue actually going up to 98 drones right now. So it seems like he is playing a hardcore rush into the late game. Contaminate comes through, but with 4 Stargates, you're not going to slow down the Tempest production by much. However, denying the 5th base is quite nice. I mean, Rogue does manage to turn this into a slow warp pylon. However, he is still going to get cleaned up here. On the left side. Did kill a lot of Zealots. Why does it say so much more resources? Oh, these Zerglings are going to get to clean up on these Zealots. Rogue almost has +2 missile. There it is. And +1 melee getting close to completing as well. It is a little bit of a balancing act of how hard do I rush out upgrades to the late game. But the fact that there's already this many Tempests out, 4 Tempests out, and about to be 6, is, well, it's a bit of a problem here. Trigger very quick on the trigger finger to pop the cloaking field. It's a really short cooldown ability, so it is totally fine to do that. Base on the top left will get taken out. I actually don't know if that's worth throwing away all the Zealots, but I mean, it's nice to deny bases. It's just that a map like this, it is going to usually come down to this. Although, to be fair, you're trading away minerals as the Zerg player to slow down potential gas income for the... Or, sorry, minerals for the Protoss to slow down potential gas income for the Zerg, which is a good thing. Oh, Lurkers actually do sneak into the kind of this pocket position. Lings get into the natural. This is going to force a big recall. Trigger didn't have a unit in the wall, but these Lurkers are now trapped. Nidus Worm getting dropped in the natural. More Lurkers are going to try and pop out. Rogue all of a sudden putting a lot of hurt on Trigger. Trigger got caught very hard. Lurkers actually will escape out in the chaos. How did they just walk away? 28 probes go down. Ooh, Nidus Worm at the back of this base thanks to the Burrowed Lings. More Burrowed Lings than the natural. Very sick little moves coming in from Rogue. Very cool. But despite all of this, if he can't deliver a knockout blow... Oh, Zealots did warp in and did clean up this Nidus Worm. Yeah, if he can't deliver a knockout blow, this is going to be not necessarily as good as it seems. And I mean, he's lost a lot of resources to do this. A lot of gas indeed. Lings will unburrow at the natural. They have just their +1 melee. No additional ground upgrades yet for Trigger. He's also not getting +2 ship weapons. He's actually stopped upgrade production entirely, which kind of makes sense with the damage he's just taken. Oh, Lurkers in the natural. That's a nice little play with the Nidus Worm. Rogue is really turning on the jets here. Ling run-bys everywhere. Oh my god, Rogue is actually popping off so hard. Talking about these two players being fast. Rogue is causing so many issues here for Trigger, but Trigger is... Oh my god, probes somehow wandering way out into the middle of the map. Lurkers, this is a very nice little move. Gonna be able to siege up on this bottom left base. Oh, Mothership is closing in, but won't be in time to cloak up and save that Nexus. And now there's actually creep. Ah, no, it's gonna dissipate. It was attached to the Nidus Worm. Already 59 probes have fallen. Ooh, Storm's gonna get forced out. He does get the Archon morph, which will save those Templar. Or at least, well, gives him an Archon. But that's still kind of nice for Rogue. Rogue is really putting the... He's bringing the heat here in game number 1. Oh, Archon morph. I feel like that this time those High Templar were bait. I feel like Trigger was waiting for that and was like, oh, I'm just going to get you to commit Lings on top of that. Rogue now just 500 resources lost behind where it was starting. I think it was at like 2,200 there for a minute. Rogue does have a nice little bank, but he's still not fully set up for the late game yet, like the late game. But that's where that second Spire comes in. That's where the Neural Parasite comes in. Does he have any Infestors or Vipers on the field? The answer is no. Of course, Serral is the gold standard for late game ZVP these days. Ooh, Observer does die right there to a Spore Crawler. A little bit awkward. Ultras will deal with this Zealot Archon run by on the top right. They did kill all the spines, but I think Rogue is more than okay with losing some spines to clean that up. Just going to rebuild the spines now. And it did kill an Archon, so it was a gas unit for... Actually, it was 2 gas units in the form of the Observer. Oh, now we're going to see Immortals added on. Trigger does tend to go Robo Unit Light for as long as he can. Oh, there's the Microbial Shroud coming through. We've also got that +3 melee finishing up. Rogue can continue forward and finish up his ground upgrades. +3 Missile, +3 Carapace, which is actually very, very valuable, specifically the +3 Carapace. I mean, they're both actually very valuable, but the +3 Carapace is really good because it enables you to have your Zerglings never get two-shotted by Zealots for the rest of the game. Meanwhile, big Void Ray transition coming in from Trigger. Rogue is going to spot it. That's going to require Vipers to help deal with this. Oh, Recall and the Time Warp. Trying to catch some of these units. But meanwhile, Ultras on the right side. It's actually a lot of Ultras. That's 7 Ultras, I believe. They do have both their chitinous plating and their anabolic synthesis. Rogue never started up +1 ground or air armor. It's actually a pretty big deal when your opponent already has +2 flyer attacks, as Trigger does. Void Rays on the right side. Gonna secure this base. There's actually no Spore covering the mineral line. It's a little awkward. Thank you, 8 Andy 5. For the... Or Bandies, I guess? For the raid. Welcome, welcome. Cloaking Field already back off cooldown. It is such a short cooldown, and it lasts so long. Actually, no, he didn't use Cloak before, did he? He just used Time Warp. Really good usage of the Mothership so far by Trigger. This map, very difficult to break an opponent if they are determined to sit back. But Trigger might feel like he can make some moves with this army. This is a very powerful army he's got. Just going to take out this base on the pocket left. I was talking about gas mining before. We haven't seen the gases taken at this base. Oh, Double Abduct going to come in, finds the Tempest out of position. We'll punish that a little bit. Parasitic Bomb does come through on the Voids, but what did he kill there? Trigger killed something. Oh, it was a Corruptor. I thought for a second it was a Viper, but ultimately that ends up being a lot of units lost for Rogue, but most of them weren't in that fight. The battle report is just kind of telling us a longer story. Now, if Rogue can take this base, that's a big deal. Trigger is setting up to try and take his pocket base. He's been sitting on 5 bases for a very long time, but is now finally trying to secure the 6th. Rogue finally getting up towards the +3 flyer, +1 flyer Carapace, and +3 ground Carapace. But does he have what he needs to defend here? I'm not so sure. Infestors are going to try and drop some caustic or microbial shrouds and fungal growths. He does lock down a lot of the army. This is a little bit scary right here for Trigger. But as the Ultralisks get out of the microbial shroud, they get melted by the Immortal Archon. And Trigger will successfully retreat out of there. 10 more Ultras in production. That was an extremely good fight for Trigger. Killed a lot of stuff. In terms of gas mining, it wasn't the worst fight for Rogue. And overall, it wasn't the worst fight for Rogue. But I think the Ultralisks are... Oh my god, he's still building nothing but Ultras. Oh, that Zealot does scout. 2 of the Ultras popping out. Revelation coming in. Ultra Lurker is a very, very powerful comp in terms of damage if they get to do what they want. We're going to see the Time Warp dropped, but it will be nullified. That's a big Fungal Growth. Parasitic Bomb coming in as well. The Archons are too far back to support this army. Rogue gets an incredible jump. And despite seeing the Ultras trigger, didn't respect them enough, and now he gets cleaned up on the ground in a big way. The Tempests and, well, a fair number of Tempests survive on red HP, but they do survive. Lurker's going to try and find an opening on the right side. Ultras do get blasted there, the couple that stuck around a little too long. Trigger still has a pretty large bank, and he will not lose this base. Rogue. That was a good jump for him, but it was not enough to win the game. If he could have fungled the units... Oh, what was that? Oh. Oh, we're recalling to the left side. I guess to... Okay, I'm not really sure what to do. Like, what that was. It feels like it was to clear this Nidus Worm up, but he didn't do it right away. We'll do so now. Triple Immortal being added in by Trigger. He's a little light on High Templar, and just as I say that, he does warp in 6 more. Yeah, I feel like you need a lot of High Templar. 6 at minimum. Anything less than that, and it feels like you're really relying on yourself for perfect setup. Speaking of perfect setups, it's a great surround to start. Storm comes in on the Lings. Will be pretty good. Oh, Microbial Shroud is good initially, but now the Ultras, I think, are stepping out of it, and there's just enough DPS to clean them up anyways. Regardless, Rogue does clean up a lot of Trigger's army. Cleans up pretty much everything in the air. That actually went very well for Rogue. Very, very well. That was such a great spread. Engaging across a very wide angle. And the Tempests were not able to be protected. Mothership was never rebuilt either. Rogue he's doing a really good job here. Oh, Trigger, can he save this next? It should be able to. There is an Observer coming in. Yeah, that'll be enough to get the save. But 87 HP, that's an extreme liability. Zealot warping on the top side will defend this base. Rogue does need to... Well, actually, both players need to continue their air upgrades, but Trigger is doing so. So, Rogue, yeah, he needs to continue his air upgrades. He needs that armor. Fortunately, though, Trigger has not gone into carriers. And most of the Void Rays have gone down. So maybe Rogue doesn't feel like he needs to prioritize that. Huge fungal on the High Templar. 3 of them getting blasted by the Fungal Lurker combo. Zealots on the top left will find this pocket base, which has started to mine gas. That is a high-impact position. Meanwhile, Trigger, of course, has defended this base on the left. He's going a little bit deep. Rogue still has a large mineral bank, but not a lot of gas. So denying this base is actually a really huge deal. And not to mention that, but denying the gas on this position as well. It's funny because well, yeah, resources loss is actually quite similar in terms of gas losses. Oh, these Lurkers, they got a burrow. Lings will do pretty well in the meanwhile. But that Ultralisk run by, okay, that is going to shatter this base on the right that was barely alive to begin with. Rogue is doing a really good job of trying to pull Trigger apart. Trigger, meanwhile, he is one air armor upgrade away from having the full upgrade gamut. But I don't think he can afford to continue building air upgrades at this point. Oh, here is a drawback of this base, by the way. It does open up your main if you lose this position and don't lock it down with cannons and batteries. Yeah, Rogue is doing a really, really good job of trading well against the Protoss player that is so well set up. I feel like he's been using changelings extremely well. God, these games are so complicated. That is a nice kill. Killing a Stargate is obviously very good. Fungal growth on the Tempest is very, very good. Storms will try and come in to protect them. Ultralists on the bottom side need to get the hell out of here because there is a lot of Immortals. But the Broodlord switch has been good and effective. Tempest, though, can start to whack away at those Broods. Ooh, we do see a Fungal growth coming in. Microbial Shroud this time going to protect the Ultralists very nicely. But he's out of energy to cast more Microbial. He's going to commit in with the Ultras. Does he have enough? The answer is yes. Rogue going to clean up this army on the ground. Even as the Corruptors get cleaned up in the air, there's not enough yet. Hang on. I mean, this is actually really close. This looked like a game-winning fight for Rogue on the surface. Cloaking Field going to get activated. There's way too many of these units, though. Way too many Overseers. And there's the Fungal growth coming in. Yeah, the Tempest don't have what they need to fight against the... Well, actually, hang on. He's targeting just the Mothership. He doesn't get it. There's not a whole lot of anti-air and no gas. It's a huge supply lead for Rogue. If Trigger builds nothing but Void Rays right now, there is a small chance... No, he's only got one base worth of gas mining. Rogue just needs to not die to the air army. Trigger is going to be able to target down some of these Corruptors. Rogue will be able to use his ground army to bully any expansions that Trigger tries to take. Yeah, Rogue should have this. He just needs to not die to the air army. And Trigger can barely build any air army. He can build like one, maybe two Void Rays at a time. Lings are going to get into the main base. They're going to be able to decimate the cannons. This actually got so close. Rogue is feeling like he has to build Hydras, which is not really what you want in a scenario like this. Fungal growth's going to come in. There's no follow-through currently. Parasitic Bomb would be amazing right here. Prismatic Alignment is going to get popped, but the Queens, more Queens have been rebuilt here by Rogue, and he's going to be able to transfuse up the Corruptors. Hydra's adding on a pretty significant amount of DPS. Finally, the Mothership falls, and GG will be called. But despite an amazing engagement in the middle of the map, if Rogue hadn't recognized, like, hey, I actually, no, it was still basically as long as he built anti-air units, it was fine. But yeah, that was a kind of a weird game overall. Well done by Rogue. That was just like such a bizarre game. I'm so impressed that Rogue is able to win games like that without going about it the Serral methodology. That was very impressive. Very, very impressive. All right, Celestial Enclave going to be game number 2. We will get into it in just a moment. Think of the follows, by the way. All right, quick 1 minute of ads. Alrighty, Roo. Rogue making use of Microbial Shroud is really cool. Yeah. Microbial Shroud is actually really good at keeping ultras alive. Like, it's really good, specifically against Immortals, too. And in a late-game army where the army is kind of forced to stay in place, it's quite effective. By the way, if anyone watching on YouTube, if you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure to subscribe to the channel, like the video if you are so inclined. And if you're watching on Twitch, please follow. And if you want to subscribe, that would be very helpful as well. Does help keep the stream going. All right, here we go. Yeah, we're just I don't want that in the thing. We're just gonna purge that message there, holy squid. That's a little gross. Don't do that. All right, we'll be getting into game number 2. And here we go. Spawning up the top right for Basilisk, it is Trigger. In the red. And his opponent spawning down in the bottom left, it is Rogue. In the blue. Yeah, with some very nice Microbial Shroud type of play. Very cool, very cool. That was a great way to approach late game. Especially because Trigger, I feel like, doesn't... Like, he tends to go... I mean, most Protoss players these days are tending to go, you know, a few Tempests. But more than anything, that just highlights what you can do. And it removes a little bit of the complexity of playing late game ZVP from the Zerg perspective, just a little bit. All right. I will say, I hope we don't see another rush straight to the late game. Personally, I don't enjoy that breed of StarCraft. I prefer the let's fight. Let's fight. Let's, you know, get up in each other's business. I'm not a fan of let's rush up to 4 bases. Tech right away up into Tempests. You know, I'm not saying Trigger shouldn't do it. I'm saying I hope it's more action-packed than that in the rest of the games of this series. But we'll see. We'll see. We do have just the pretty standard play so far on Celestial Enclave of let me scout you. Let me scout you through these backdoor minerals. But Celestial Enclave has a lot of weirdness to offer. A lot of potential plays to be made. Obviously, this high-yield gas, it's a little bit funky. We've already seen Shin do some proxies using the backdoors. We've seen Swarm Host rushes on here. We've seen Tempest rushes. There's a lot of things you can do. Oracle going to be produced here. Obviously, yeah, the players have to do what they... You got to do what you got to do to win, you know? And we can't begrudge the players that. Oh, Adept's going to shade forward here. Trigger. Wow, that went very well for Rogue. 2 drones for 2 Adepts. Yes, he pulled the drones, but they instantly killed that. That was really bad for Trigger, I would say. Beautiful surround, but there's a reason you don't shade into like a non-choked area. Already a good start here for Rogue. Trigger having to cancel his pylon there. That's actually going to slow down pro production, I think, for a moment. Rogue now forcing this Oracle to stay at home. Turning on its Pulsar Beam and leaving it on for a while. Oh, wow. He's going to follow through on the harassment with this. Oracle really wants a drone kill. Gets one, but... there's a lot of damage on this Oracle. Oh, no. Oh, ho, ho. He stopped moving it for just a moment. And those 3 queens were very close to closing it and getting the kill. As this is an extremely good start for Rogue so far. Oh, he even gets into the main base and will see the Twilight Council. Sees the Forge. Yeah, this is all the information you need here as Rogue to let you know. Yep. It's time to tech up. Oracle. Oh, everything that could go wrong. Just all the little things. Moving away just as the drone moves out to take the 4th. Rogue is already on a decent little worker count. He's gone for a fast +1 melee. Gonna build a lot of lings here, actually, is Rogue. Shield battery at the 3rd floor trigger just to try and keep things well protected. Oh, no, trigger. Oh, my God, he lost the Oracle. I saw the drone stack up. He lost the first Oracle. Trigger is starting to have a really brutal time here. Stalker does get warped in. It's surrounded, though. And that is actually really bad for Trigger because that's going to drain the whole shield battery's energy. But he does fortunately save it, and Rogue elects to not continue forward for the kill. Could have committed for that. But I understand not going for it. Oh, Spire. This is a very good situation to go Spire. You've already killed one Oracle. Your opponent's clearly a little bit thrown off their game after game number 1. Oh, if he loses the second Oracle, that would be disaster. One more queen attack and that Oracle goes down. Rogue spreading creep very nicely through the middle of the map. Blink +1 getting close to completing. +2 melee on the way. We do have a Baneling Nest done. Roach speed was canceled. Drones trying to go to the new base do get pulled back. Rogue, though. Oh, he's going to find these Stalkers. They don't have Blink just yet. These are +1 melee lings. Recall going to come through, but this is already a disaster for Trigger. And that's going to be a cancel on this base, almost assuredly. Rogue, after a game 1 where he got a lot of damage done, didn't deliver a knockout blow, but got a lot of value. Oh, these high tempo, they don't have Storm. Trigger recognizing that, surrounding one of them, does force the Archon Morph, forces the second Archon Morph as well, and this game is getting out of hand very quickly. Trigger in so much trouble now. Rogue 10 mutas about to pop out, and there is absolutely no answer to them. No cannons or batteries in any base. Well, there's the battery here, but this is already out of juice. Rogue really taxing Trigger here. And there are the mutas showing up. They're going to get into the main base. Stalkers will warp in. But already going to be a couple of probes going down. Rogue now switching to killing the Stalkers. They've already blinked back, so they're not getting out of here alive. Trigger is in so much trouble here. Oh, Ling's even slipping into the natural right now. Mutas will find the cannon or shield battery, whatever that was being built. Static defense. Static defensant. Even the Phoenix that's built is immediately killed. 2 Stargate's going to try and start up for Trigger here. But Rogue has got Trigger completely on the ropes. Stalker's barely surviving thanks to the shield battery. More and more mutas coming in. Even the Zealot not in the wall. Protoss needs a door.jpg. God, Rogue's flexing his speed right now. Ling's splitting off to the 5th base. Getting into the main mineral line, killing even more probes. They've got their +2 melee now, so they are cooking. Oh, this is Rogue in his prime here. Nexus gonna fall. Pylon might go down. That's powering the Stargate, but it actually will survive. However, this has distracted the entire army of Trigger. Now the Cyber Core is in threat of going down. He's only got 6 gates anyways. The focus is going to be on the Stargate 100%. Rogue not able to target down that Phoenix, but the splash damage eventually does get it. Storm. That might be the first Storm cast in the entire game. And it does more damage probably to Trigger's units than it will to Rogue. Rogue now killing another Nexus. 3 Phoenix being produced at once, but without Anion Pulse Crystals and without a critical mass. And with +1 flyer attacks. Those Phoenixes cannot stand and fight. Storm coming in on top of the mineral line. He kind of had to, but it actually kills 2 of his own probes there. And now the Stargate is going to be depowered. That was the pylon was weakened from earlier. Trigger trying frantically to micro these Phoenixes. Oh, but Rogue gets a jump and immediately kills 2 of them. Now going to depower the last 2 Stargates, and that'll be GG for sure. Trigger, yeah, he's just going to tap out right here and now. That was a masterclass from Rogue in terms of just hit them and don't stop hitting them. Brilliant stuff from Rogue there. All right, 1 minute of ads real quick. And we're going to get into Old Republic in what started out as quite an even game number 1 for a lot of it. Now going into a potentially 3-0. Trigger needs to find a way to wrest the momentum back out of his opponent's hands. All right, all right, all right. Is Hero in this tournament? He did play in this tournament. But yeah, you can rewind or you can pop to another YouTube video, check out the group stages. All right, here we go. Spawning down in the bottom left for Basilisk, it is Trigger. Here on Old Republic. And his opponent spawning up at the top right. It is Rogue. In the blue. Yeah, Trigger getting definitely thrown off his game after game number 1. I mean, even though he was able to force it to a late game, Rogue still got an incredible amount of damage done. With his initial Ling run-bys, with the Lurker run-bys, like, it was ultimately not enough to win the game, but it very clearly made Trigger uncomfortable in the series. And that is something that Rogue has been able to do throughout his career very, very well. And that is use his speed to land big hits on opponents. Not always decisive hits, but big hits. I mean, it's just got to be demoralizing after the first 2 games. Like, game 1, you already feel out of sorts. He's killed, you know, like 58 probes early. You do manage to actually get some damage done on counterattacks or with counterattacks. You kind of find value, but he ends up beating you anyways. Without even going to a true super late game comp. Basically, it's just at the very end that he reveals like Broodlords, Ultras, Infestors, Corruptors, all used in tandem. But then game 2, he just absolutely obliterates you with Ling Muta. Oracles go down. Yeah, I am a little bit hard-pressed to see how Trigger's going to recover in this one. Rogue pulls back the Overlord very far. Interesting. This is... I mean, there's no Pervert Pillar in the natural, so he ends up putting it in this little position right here. At high ground that keeps this shielded from air units. It is really cool to me that Rogue's able to win the first 2 games the way that he has. Yeah, game 2, it felt like nothing went well for Trigger in pretty much the entirety of the game. The first 2 Adepts shaded forward and only killed 2 drones, didn't get any Lings. And yeah, that was just a sign of the entirety of the game. All right, what do we have so far in this game number 2? And it's funny because at the oh, we are going to shade forward this time. This time, the Adepts do get kind of caught, but at least he's able to trade against the Lings reasonably well. Nice Spore Crawler morph there from Rogue. Yeah, this is still very good for Rogue, I would say. 4 Lings for 2 Adepts. And I love this. He doesn't cancel the Spore. Rogue has been listening to my audiobook. Don't cancel the Spore if your opponent is going for this. Now, in this scenario, you could make an argument for canceling the Spore because the Oracle might have to stay at home. But, yeah, I realize that if you're going to build the Spore anyways, and unless the drone is going to get 4 additional mining trips, you are losing value by canceling the Spore. Oh, Oracle at the 3rd base will find 2 drones. Oh, but he's in danger. Oh, barely gets out. 7 HP. 7 HP, 1 hit. Trigger is going to dive in here. Oh, he dived super deep for the 2nd drone kill. Holy, gets out, though. I don't know if that's worth it. I think it's not, in fact. We do have +1 melee coming in from Rogue. Got the +1 in charge upgrades coming in. Trigger finally going to mix things up a little bit. And I do think... Yeah, I do think you got to mix between Blink and Charge. I think if you get known as playing one or the other universally, it just makes it a little bit too easy to approach playing against you. Now, I think Trigger is already a player that's willing to mix it up. Oh, Adept's going to shade forward into the natural, but the Lings are in position. Trigger will target down drones through this. But that's a really good defense for Rogue. Loses 3 drones, 2 Lings, but kills 3 Adepts. Rogue, though, did skip Roach Warren here in game number 3. And Trigger is not building additional workers. No gases at the 3rd. I think this is just going to be a straight-up charge lot. Just a straight-up charge lot +1 attack. Oh, he does have the Templar Archives. I missed it. The Doi. There's the gases at the 3rd. Okay. So it is, if it is going to be an attack, which it does look pretty likely, it'll be Charge Lot Archon. Yeah, there we go. He's just going to warp in another Archon. Already has the Prism ready to go. Trigger not adding additional probes, stopping at 63, which is a pretty interesting number. Okay, now he adds 2 additional probes. He is oversaturated by 1 in the natural. I know Trigger is a player that really wants to be exact with how he does things. Banelings will be added defensively. Rogue has gone straight up to Hive. This is actually going to be very difficult to deal with for Rogue. Trigger getting into 10 gateways with this, also adding +2 weapons, so there is a potential transition out of this. This feels very scary for Rogue right now. Banelings will complete in a moment. They are going to have speed, but it's not done just yet. Moments away from completing. Wasn't in time there. There are hidden Banelings behind this. Queen's going to tank very nicely. Zealots do get blasted by those Banes, but now the Banes are gone. Spore Crawl going to try and move in on top of the Prism. Prism not repositioning right now. No transfuse available for that Spore, though, and it will get taken down, which means the Prism can continue to warp in where it is. Nice hot pickup on the Archon. Rogue is going to get blasted here. Gets punished for skipping roaches. Trigger going to put one on the board, and this is why you've got to mix it up. That warp in will not be canceled. There's no chance. Rogue tries to go for the Prism. He actually gets a lot of damage on it. And Observer almost falls to the Spore. But it doesn't matter. GG is going to get called. Trigger puts one on the board. Trigger gets it done. All right, it's going to be Winter Madness here for game number 4. Well done by Trigger. All right, we're going to get into game number 4 in just a moment on Winter Madness. Bum, 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 bum. Trigger, maybe with the start of a comeback. We'll see, we'll see. Hold Mia with love and affection, always. Always. All right, here we go. Game nombre 4, Quattro. Funny down to the bottom right. It is Basilisk's Trigger in the blue. And his opponent spawning up at the top left. It is Rogue in the red. No cheddar cheese just yet out of Rogue. Although you could call the Muta play in game number 2 kind of a cheese. But it is so execution-based, and it's so momentum-based. I wouldn't call it a cheese. I would say it's a little risky, skipping Roach Warren or playing Roachless. Actually, he didn't skip the Roach Warren in game number 2. He just didn't make any Roaches. It is a much bigger map, though. Trigger, though. Good job from him regaining composure and making it happen in game number 3. And that time, Rogue did play risky and did skip the Roaches. He didn't see any Stalkers. That's why he started Bane Speed, I think. And that's why he went for the quick Baneling Nest. But it didn't work out. King Bane, that's funny. Yeah, this is still a... Cool. Still a very good situation for Rogue, but now Trigger's got a map on the board. And sometimes you just need a little bit of momentum to get cooking. Bum, 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 bum. quick core. That's a very quick core, actually. He did go gas before gate and still scouted and still gets a very fast core down. Ooh, and now we're adding warp. No, fake warp gate. Okay. For just a second, I was wondering if we might have seen Trigger go for his patented two base blink build. Once again, a reminder that this is a spoiler-free chat. Just a reminder. We don't know the results of the games. Oh, Ling does get into the main. He actually committed 2 Lings there. And didn't quite get the scout on the Stargate. That's pretty big. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but it's nice. It's nice. Usually it is going to be Oracle. Trigger... Well, Oracle will reveal itself flying directly over top of the Overlord. Doesn't keep it at home, though. Lings are going to sneak past this Oracle. Cool. We do have the Adept getting taken down. That was just a small little Ling drive-by, but gets a probe, gets an Adept. That's actually quite nice for Rogue. And you're never really sure as the Protoss how many Lings your opponent's committed to until you see them all. And you never really see them all. Oracle, did it just get a drone? Yes, it did. Right? Yeah? No? Oh, well, this one did. It's 2 drones, in fact. Pretty nice. It is going to be another fast +1 melee. And Rogue is able to show the Roach Warren this time. Trigger already firing up Blink. This is a much shorter map, though, than Celestial Enclave. And much more direct in terms of attacking across the map. Oh, Trigger did have an opportunity. The Queens were out of position there, and the Spore wasn't done. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to move in at the moment. 4 Adepts going to shade forward across the map. This is going to be quite difficult to deal with. Oh, Stasis Trap will get avoided. This is pretty good for Trigger. This is probably the most successful Adept shade buy he's had. Rogue, though, does get a wraparound on the back of this. Stasis Trap not being reactivated. But that ends up being a decent cleanup. Actually, yeah, that ends up being a very good cleanup. Initially, it looked very good. But Rogue had a ton of Lings ready to go. Now, in terms of build situations, I think you're going to be quite happy here as Rogue. Since it's going to be Blink Stalkers versus +1 melee Lings. The Overseer Cocoon will manage to complete its morph. Oracle is out of juice. If the Lings chose to engage on those 3 Stalkers, that would have been a potential couple of kills. But Rogue... Oh, wow. Actually, the probes and the shield battery going to work on those Lings. They didn't have +1 melee yet, so... kind of makes sense that he didn't go after the Stalkers. And it wasn't a crazy number of Lings. Oh, wow. That is a fast Infestation Pit coming in from Rogue once again. Baneling Nest as well. Oracles don't have a crazy amount of juice, so they... Okay, he does recharge it right there. Ooh, that's a nice find on these Stalkers just as they warp in. You're going to be able to blink back. But Shield Battery can't be recharged. +1 melee will get work done. Zealot was warped in. Oracle comes back home to try and defend this. That's actually quite excellent for Rogue here. Because now these Stalkers are in big trouble. They're going to have to recall, I think. Oracle is completely out of juice, and it's not coming back across the map. There's the recall. How many Stalkers does he lose? Oh, the 2 that were low on HP are on the outside. So that's a very good fight for Rogue as he gets the kill on those 2. That was some fantastic play right there from Rogue to puppeteer the movement of the Blink Stalkers of Trigger. More so puppeteering the Oracle movement, really. Oh, Zealot was not quite in position, so this is a full scout into the main base here from Rogue. Trigger might be thinking that Rogue is going mutas again. This looks the same as game number 2, but it is going to be an Ultralisk rush, almost certainly, as we've got a double upgrade set up for Rogue. Only thing for Rogue is that he didn't go straight into the +2 Carapace, or +1 Carapace. Rogue doesn't have an explosive economy just yet, but it is better than Trigger's. And more so than anything, he's got good momentum, decent creep spread. And Trigger has got to be wondering what his opponent's up to. However, it looks like Trigger maybe has the read because he is building double Robo Immortal. If it were mutas, Trigger would have a very unpleasant time dealing with not mass muta, but just a few mutas being built. We are going to see, though, it is a heavy Zealot attack. Heavy Zealot-based composition, which is going to be really tough to make work against these very well-upgraded +2 melee Banes that just completed their +2. Zealots are going to have to split quite nicely. There's so many Banelings here, but not a lot of Lings. Lings are going to have to come back home. Archon's trying to tank against this. Good pullback on the Zealots. This is actually very uncomfortable for Rogue. Lings want to be able to flood on top of this. They're going to have a tough time. Stasis Trap gets denied. That's a big deal. Archon's getting flooded, and there's no Zealots left to cover them. The +2 melee Lings just smash this fight. That looked very good for Trigger until very suddenly it didn't. Forces a lot of additional units to be warped in at home with the counterattack, and then Rogue smashes the attack. That was very well done by Rogue. Extremely well done, and he made it look so much easier than it is. Trigger could have contented himself with denying the 5th base and backing away, but he tried to shove up the ramp. I don't blame him, but it was a bridge too far, and now Rogue survives up to the Ultras, survives up to Adrenal Glands. +1 Carapace is done as well, which is going to make those Ultras even beefier. And you can see he wants to start that 3-2 upgrade setup. Just now gets the money for Carapace and just now has the money for Melee. But hasn't started up Melee yet. Morphing in 9 additional Banes, actually, in fact. Oh, and that's going to be Dropper Lords. Trigger does have a 4th base. He does have Storm on the way just now. And he's got a good probe count. It's not over yet. But this is a tough position he is going to find himself in. No +3 melee is actually a pretty big oversight. You actually want to start the melee first and then Carapace. But this is actually... Maybe Rogue really knows Trigger quite well because Trigger has not rushed up +3 attack. Okay, that's a mistake. Not having a Spore here. Big mistake from Rogue. Ling drop into the natural. +2 Adrenal Glands Lings. This Zealot warp in might not even be enough because of how jacked these Zerglings are. And in fact, it's not even close to enough at the moment. Actually, is this just going to end the game? It already killed the Robo. It's already killed a ton of Zealots. Trigger will try and get back here. He is going to be able to warp in the main in a good position to protect the Zealots. And a nice energy recharge will help a lot. Oh, can we get that Robo? Not quite. Burrow is done, but a good revelation and good tracking of at least some of the Lings will help keep this alive. Observer being produced. How many Robos? Okay, that is both Robos. Trigger, Rogue just now starts up +3 melee. But the Broodlords are going to be really difficult to deal with. That is a very smart decision from Rogue to go for Broods. He's got 7 Ultras. Oh my god, we're doing Ultralisk drop harass. Which Overlord is it in? Hey, thank you, KJ, for the raid. Hope we had a great stream. Oh my god, Rogue still didn't build a Spore over here. The 1 Ultra is actually going to be such a problem right now. The Zealots, they will not hit this thing hard. It's got +2 armor and chitinous plating. Immortal is going to be denied out of that. Now, most of the army of Trigger is in position. Meanwhile, on the right side, it's like the Bane run by. No, the High Templar! Oh my god. They were getting chonked by that Ultra. Oh, that would have been bad. Oh my god, that would have been so bad. Manages to pick them up and get them out of harm's way. +1 armor getting denied off the second forge. That's quite nice. Oh, Revelation. Gonna be able to reveal these Zerglings. Zerglings are heavily favored in against Zealots now because of the lack of +3 weapons and the fact that +2 Carapace has completed. That will change once +3 attack completes. If it completes, Rogue is still hammering Trigger, but Trigger has not yet been broken. Rogue, though, adding on additional, well, the high-yield gas now starting to mine and getting 4 spines. More importantly, though, the Broodlords. The Broodlords just are unanswered. Rogue is doing a really good job of making it seem like he is trying to win this game with Lingbane Ultra, when in reality, the Broodlords are going to be the... I mean, they're going to be the checkmate move. Now, the Broodlord count is not that high just yet, but even 7 Broods, especially with +3 melee on the Broodlings, it's going to be really hard to deal with. And now the Robos have been rebuilt. We're actually seeing more Immortals added in. Trigger's, of course, got Blink done. So if he wins a fight on the ground hard enough... Oh, look at that. Bane drops. Not going to be able to connect, though. We do see Lings on the 5th base of Trigger. That base is just going to get instantly denied. God, there is going to be so much anti-Ultralisk on the field. And they are mostly not going to shoot up. Not at range, anyways. This is the most Broodlordable army in the history of armies. Oh, full Dropper Lord dying right there with the Lings inside. There are the Broodlords revealing themselves. You still got to be careful. Oh, Lings on the backside. Actually finding the stumbling retreat of Trigger. Zealots in the choke in the natural with the help of Shield Battery will hold this little spot. Honestly, Rogue killing the Stargate would have been amazing because that would have denied a Tempest transition. Trigger going to try and double expand behind this. Rogue is apparently not feeling like he can push. Revelation does see the army. Oh, Ultralisks, they're going to get a freebie kill on this base. If Trigger can abuse the mobility or immobility of the Ultralisks, or sorry, the Broodlords well enough, he might be able to make this weird. However, the Changelings right now spotting the army, or at least half the army. Storm on the Broodlords is actually pretty decent at preventing your opponent from chasing you. It's heavily discouraging. Oh my god, what did I just do? I don't know, but this might be up here for the rest of the game now. What the hell? Well, I kind of hope this game doesn't go much longer. What did I press? +3 ground carapace is going to complete. Well, we've got a lot of information now. Ooh, finding these Archons pretty nice for Trigger. Or pardon me, for Rogue. +2 shields will complete. Templar Archives being targeted down on the main base. They'll get the kill on that. Yeah, I have no idea how to turn this off, guys. I'm so sorry. Oh, Ling's going to find an exposed base on the top. And Broodlords going to kill this. Actually, no, he retreats from this base. Trigger is doing everything he can to force the counterattack. Oh, man, how do you even turn this off? We just hope that the game doesn't go crazy long after this. Rogue is he has built a massive bank. That is cool to see how much damage the Zerglings have done. This is super cool data. Casterman just F2'd. Yeah, and he doesn't know how to unbind it, so it's just spamming F2. Oh, there is a lot of Stalkers here. Broodlords kind of get jumped, but they're able to kite back. Rogue was instantaneous with the reaction. Ultralisks now looking for a kill on Trigger's basically last mining base. Nidus Worm coming up in the main. Ultralisks will be forced back. Oh, look at that. Revelation on a burrowed Ultra. Lings, of course, going to be amazing against the Blink Stalkers, but there's not enough Lings here. Can Trigger actually do something here? It is indeed Haume, but I don't want to pause it. Oh, Cloaking Field going to be very helpful here. Actually does defend this, but +2 armor does get denied, which actually does matter a lot when it comes to the survivability of the Stalkers. Trigger is going full ground army to try and deal with a very strong Broodlord army. But it means you need to find the right engagement and then some. And Rogue is just not letting Trigger do so. Clearly needs to go to Apprentice. Yeah. Indy would be the one I would Apprentice under for sure. Oh, that's a big find on Trigger's army here. Rogue. The Time Warp does come through on the Broodlords. But the Lings are going to be able to just shred these Stalkers. Storm is not in time to cover them. Storm's coming through now, but the High Templar are in huge trouble. There almost was enough Archons to come and surround that from the sides. The Mothership, there's actually no answer to it currently. And there's no anti-air, none in production. The Mothership's actually going to cook the Broods. Oh, that's a nice cloak up here on these Stalkers. He can't... No way. Trigger can't win the game off this, can he? This actually looks so bad for Rogue all of a sudden. Ultralisks are going to get destroyed. Is Trigger about to win the game? I feel like he's been dead for so long, but he is actually looking so strong right here with this army. Broodlords will come back. Trigger needs to stay so hyper-mobile. I mean, Trigger's just got no mining, right? Yeah, he's got no mining, and even if he kills the bases on the left side, Rogue, there's still no real answer to the Broods. Man, Trigger's going to recall. Oh, I love this. He's recalling with the Mothership. Now, if he clicks down the bases on the top side, this army of Trigger is untouchable by anything but Broodlords. He even snipes down a Corruptor that popped out. There's only one Corruptor on the field. Trigger might still win this game. Oh, Rogue having this base is a huge deal. That's actually going to be his last mining base. Trigger's Oracles will be able to kill a crazy number of drones here. The problem for Trigger, of course, is that there's no mineral income at all. Literally needs to pull the probes away from his third base. Oh, we're recalling back to the third base. Me trying to turn off the overlay. I'm so sorry, guys. Oh. Now trigger, though. There's always... Ah, very cute. Trigger does have enough money to take another Nexus. But Rogue is still mining from a full base. And... Hang on, do we have any Tempests? One Tempest. Rogue can build Corruptors. He's already got Neural Parasite. Honestly, Neural Parasite was the only thing missing for him. Neural Parasite and Infestors. Even without the Broodlords now, Rogue can win a fight and therefore the game by just not getting feedbacked. Oh, I love the Broodlings so much from Rogue. Mothership and 3 Archons. Trigger is fighting his heart out here. But Rogue has... He has recognized how desperate Trigger is. Trigger's been dead on his feet for a very, very, very long time in this game. Restart the computer. Just press Alt F4 to remove the overlay. I legitimately don't even know what I pressed. Oh no, now I've turned the names off. Damn it. We're just doing everything wrong. Okay, we're just gonna... Oh, it doesn't even show it. Okay, Shift N. It doesn't show. It doesn't show. Toggle Observer, Control Shift O. Wait a minute. No, that doesn't help. I always forget what the add name player backup is. Toggle entire UI. As if this game, an ASL Observer guy, actually. Shift N, there we go. That puts it back. Just ask them to restart the game. Heh. As if this game actually has potential now to, like, continue on for a while. Rogue is playing this extremely carefully. He knows if he wins this game, it is the series over. Trigger is just living on a prayer right now. We know that Rogue can basically burrow his Infestors, find the army, Neural Parasite, even a third of it, and just win the game. Actually, Microbial Shroud would maybe be enough to win. He's continuing to build Broodlords. Like, I actually don't think that's the best choice. But he could build enough Broodlords such that he can attack with half and still have enough to defend the base. It's not Control R. That's a different thing. This is a unique to the WTL Observer interface button. The thing is, I want to know what it is so I can know what button not to press next time. Trigger's actually on the verge of getting another base up. He's back up to 20 probes. Kudos to Trigger. Like, Trigger's played a really nice game from basically a dead position. This is what I was a little bit worried about, by the way, is adding Tempests. Letting Trigger add Tempest is not great for Rogue. Trigger right now, the best thing he can add, I feel like, is 1 or 2 Tempests, a couple Tempests, and just a ton of High Templar. I mean, it will deplete his gas bank quickly. Okay, Rogue is now going to go for it. Storm on Changelings. We can't be dropping Storm on Changelings now. That is not the kind of situation to drop Storm on Changelings. I think he already killed a Templar. And Rogue now recognizing, yeah, I've let this go a little bit too far. Nice feedbacks there, but there's still so much left for Rogue. So many Infestors. Like 9 Infestors that have Fungal and Neural. And there it is. GG is going to get called. Very well done by Rogue. Takes the series 3-1. Kind of a little bit of a more of a whimper than a bang for game or the end of game 4, but still ultimately a very exciting series. Reset to default. Okay, we're going to look up the... We're going to very, very quickly look up how to operate the WTL observer stuff. Oh, no, you got to create with mod. What am I doing? God, that's so silly. All right, we're going to run 3 minutes of ads. And we will get into the next one, which is going to be Serral versus ByuN. That's going to be sick. But now that we have gotten past all the Protoss players... So, actually, every Protoss has been eliminated. Was not expecting that. I will say Classic and Zaun getting put in the same group as Serral. And then... Or sorry, Classic... Yeah. Classic... Yeah. Classic Zaun getting put in the same group as Serral. And then Cure 4 wanting Classic. I mean, that played a big role. Also having... Sorry, yeah, Serral's... Zaun and Classic in the same group. Yeah. And then... Also, Serral Zaun could have gone... It was very close. It could have very easily gone the other way. Mod info. Okay, does that... No, this isn't the... That's Observer++. Let's try WTL. WTL Observer. Okay, there we go. Extension mod info. Guide. Damn, I would have really loved to have known what I pressed there. I don't think there's any information. Current site settings. Members can read and write. You don't know me. Welcome, Honorable Macro Terran. Been a while. Nice to see you back. Not gonna lie, I'm genuinely surprised that we lost all the Protoss players. So am I. So am I. It was pretty much off the back of PVT for the most part. Hero got 4-0'd by ByuN. Classic got 4-1'd by Cure. Yeah. Zaun got 2-1'd by Serral and then eliminated by Classic. Hero got... Yeah, I mean, Hero got 4-0'd by ByuN. Like, that is just surprising. I can't look up the Wikipedia just yet because I want to keep the Serral ByuN results hidden. Hero had some pretty brutal early games versus ByuN, but I will say Turtle Terran against Protoss feels pretty brutal to go up against. It wasn't just a fumble? No. I agree, Honorable Macroterran. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Good to see you. Any more games today, or did you miss them? There is still another series. It is Serral. Serral in a Zerg versus Terran versus ByuN. All right, here we go. Spawning down in the bottom right for Basilisk, it is Serral. And his opponent spawning up at the top left of Winter Madness. It is the Shopify Rebellion's ByuN. That is super funny that everyone has the same thing. That is super funky. Super funky. All right, going up against it. Okay, well, I was going to say you need to bust out some funky stuff. We're already going to see something a little bit crazy out of ByuN here. Command Center first. CC first. And that is something ByuN just loves to do. He loves to go Command Center first when he can. And it can set you up into some very powerful CC first 2-1-1s. Gets you a better eco, but still allows you to get those first 2 medevacs on the map as quickly as possible and start mucking about with your opponent. ByuN's pretty much the only Terran player in the world that does it. And there's no guarantee that he even does it here. We'll see in a moment, basically. Okay, yeah, there we go. As he throws down a second gas. We're not going to be seeing that. But it is a... well, it's a ByuN special. Byunches of Pyunches. I like that. Once again, hope you guys are enjoying on Twitch and YouTube. I know I am. We are still going to see a... oh, not a Reaper. It's going to be a Marine. Okay. So it's just going to be a very fast factory with the first 100 gas out of ByuN. And of course, he is ByuN believable. You could go theoretically Marine into Reaper, but at that point, it's arriving so late. Why even bother almost? Oh, ByuN might go for a snipe on Serral's Overlord if it gets a little bit too adventurous. Could even go hunting for it at the high ground position here. One player who I'm a really big fan of. I made that very clear, actually. I'm a big fan of him. Dark. I love the fact... oh, Marines. Oh, they did show themselves. Serral saw it. Serral saw it. He gets back. He saw it on the minimap. Dark was very, very good. Is very good. Has been very good. Oh, Marines. Almost move and shoot perfect. Very nicely done by ByuN. Dark was very good about mixing up where he sent his overlords on the same map. he would not be the same with how he set up his Overlord scouting patterns. Made him extremely difficult to predict. And in a game with limited information, being unpredictable is awesome. It is so valuable. Speaking of being unpredictable, ByuN is being very unpredictable right now. Going to be opening up reactorless Hellions. Third CC will get scouted by Serral. And that is some good stuff off of rotating these units around, the Overlord around. ByuN going to be going for a Liberator after a small Marine drop. So far, this is really good for Serral because he has not yet lost an Overlord. And with the creep here at the front, he should be able to defend this one. Yeah, the Queens are well enough positioned. Ooh, ByuN going to throw down double Engineering Bay. Okay. Before adding the second and third racks. I mean, speaking of being unpredictable, this is super unpredictable right now. Out of ByuN. In theory, a Roach Ravager Ling play off 3 gases, you know, 35 to 40 drones, let's say just 40 drones, would be really tough to handle for ByuN. He doesn't have siege tanks, doesn't have a whole lot of Hellions, just 3. And the Liberator, of course, isn't a Banshee. Notably. But Serral is not the kind of player that really goes for that. Once again, it's dark. Serral will scout in. He will get... the biggest information he gets is that he sees the quick reactor. Liberator sieging itself up here. I think he's setting up to try and deny them mining at this 4th base. Oh, Ling's on the other side of the map, though, for Serral. We'll get in here before Stim is done, and he's going to be able to get a decent little wraparound on a couple Marines, but I don't think he... Yeah, he only kills 2. That's a lot of Lings for very little gain. Yeah, so ByuN, he can set up for the Imba Liberator spot. If you put the Liberator, like, right here, basically just sieging this mineral line, and then add a medevac to provide vision for it, you can lock down the entire base. And Zerg cannot prevent it without Vipers or air units. Now, this doesn't actually do anything until you have vision. Scan comes in. Oh, the Queen actually puts itself in harm's way. The Liberator, it doesn't need to do so. Oh my god, this is actually looking very rough for Serral. Where are the Banes? Where are the Banes? He's only got 3 Banes. This is actually... Is ByuN just going to win the game? He's won the game. Holy crap. Well... Serral got caught without any Banes. He was focused on that Liberator so much. I think he just didn't even... What were the Queens doing that they couldn't hit the Lib and he didn't pull the drones out? You don't need to pull the drones out when there's no vision. That was something else. Wow. Okay. ByuN just kind of bobbed Serral there. Serral got caught completely off guard by the build, by the setup. Damn. Well done by ByuN. ByuN has been playing so well in this tournament so far. He's not, you know, that's one game. But that's one game versus Yuna versus Serral. That's an amazing start there. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on that one, Joseph, but Serral got tilted by broken lib spawn and threw the game. Maybe. Eating myself a clementine. You can't skip lunch. Any, I think you should leave enthusiasts in the chat. Serral didn't react like Serral. I mean, he just didn't have Banes ready to go for that initial push from ByuN, and yeah, he kind of just got run over. Can't blame the players for taking advantage of a map feature, though. All right, let's get into game number 2 on 10,000 feet. Spawning down in the bottom left. For Basilisk, it is Serral. In the blue. And his opponent spawning up the top left for the Shopify Rebellion, it's ByuN. In the red. Very well done from ByuN, but I feel like even he might have been surprised at how easily he just won that game. I was so focused on the Liberator spot that I didn't even, like, entertain the idea that that could just be the end of the game. Just because it's so uncommon for that to just be the end of the game. That just doesn't really happen. But here we are. Here we are. Here we are. Winner of this will face off against Rogue in one of the best of 5 semifinals. And in the other one, if you haven't already seen the results, well, you should have been... If you're watching this video and you jumped to this series, you may want to jump back if you're planning to watch that. If not, just mute for the next, 10, 15 seconds. It is going to be Maru versus Reynor. Maru Clem. That was such a sick series. Such a sick series. Absolutely worth going back and rewatching.
Command center
ByuN going to be skipping
complete.
Scout here with the SCV. Opens up Command Center first in game number 1. Maru Clem lived up to the hype. I would say surpassed the hype even. Personally, I would say it surpassed the hype. That was as good of a series as you can get in terms of quality of play, but also like just sneakiness of mind games. Like so many things about that were so freaking cool. Okay. Third CC. No, this isn't that crazy. This isn't that crazy. This is a normally timed third CC. My brain immediately jumped back to something Maru did very recently, where he went third CC before factory versus Lambo, and I just looked at the production tab and I didn't see a factory, and my brain just immediately was like, huh. Even though the timing is quite a bit later, the factory was obviously already done. Oh, ByuN looking for a creep tumor, but there is none to be found. Serral dropping the creep tumor from the main. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. Actually going to put all 3 queens at the front and double pump. This is a neat little approach. I do think the early creep tumor in the main is super valuable. And being able to put 2 queens at the front in order to quickly spread creep is also quite good. Now, it does mean currently, for the moment, none of his hatcheries are injected. But as long as you're still spending your money, spending your larva as soon as it pops, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Overlord going to poke into the main base. It is a fake cloak out of ByuN. Like it a lot. Yeah, I feel like nothing kind of went well for Serral in that game. Oh, he's actually supply blocked here too. This is a little uncomfortable. Now, will this go into an 8 racks? The double Banshee without cloak? For a while, that was Oliveira's bread and butter. That was what he was going for. Oh, egg descends. And we'll stay there. Good stuff. Serral, no Baneling Nest. Are we doing a Hydralisk rush? Oh, okay, never mind. There's the Bane Nest. But that means we won't start Bane Speed right away. Actually went for the 2nd and 3rd gas at the natural before Baneling Nest. I feel like that might have just been an oversight on the Baneling Nest timing. Unless... maybe he just didn't have the gas for it. But even still, he could have started it a little bit earlier. A little uncomfortable. I do think Serral isn't in uber hardcore practice mode right now, though. Obviously, his skills are still... wow, they're just outstanding. But... yeah, there's that little bit of sharpness, you know? Reynor's got it right now. We saw it from Rogue in the... in game number 2 versus Trigger. We actually see it in a lot of Trigger's games. We've seen it from ByuN. Saw it from Maru and Clem with the micro. Oh, good deflection on the bottom left against the 2 Cloakless Banshees. Serral is at 77 drones, which is an amazing economy. And he's got some very good creep spread here. Talking about sharpness, I mean, this is some really, really good creep. Scan in the middle of the map coming through. We don't have an 8 rack set up just yet. Obviously, tank positions can be really strong here. Here comes the push on the left side. Oh, Lings. Ah, he does spot the army with the scouting Lings. Very nice from Serral. 1-1 will complete for ByuN. He's got a pretty scary looking push set up here. This looks quite difficult to deal with. Base is already taking a lot of damage here. Banelings are going to complete. Ooh, the wraparound, though, from Serral coming through. Banelings close the distance on the tanks, so they won't get shot until the very last second, but they do get cleaned up enough. However, that was an excellent engagement from Serral. Almost had the Banes connect with the Marines on the top side after clearing up those tanks. Still, ultimately a phenomenal fight, given the position that ByuN set up for himself. Rocks all expire at the same time. Oh, although there's a little bit of creep here in the middle. So the one set of rocks here does still have some HP. It dies at 756, I think, is the timer. +2 melee starts up for Serral. ByuN did go for the 8 racks, but as the attack has been dislodged so far, He does take a 4th command center. Serral setting up for a big surround on this army. Pre-spreading the Ling Bane on the top side. Oh, here comes ByuN with the committal. Serral once again with a great flank. Only 2 tanks alive still, and they are going to get taken down very quickly. Serral crushing it. He does start up his +2 Carapace now. Well, a little bit ago, actually. ByuN is going to start clearing up some creep in the middle. Even after these extremely good defenses... Ooh, was that both Banshees getting taken out? Yes, it was. Even after these extremely good defenses from Serral, this is a really good map for turtling. Oh, ByuN getting himself into a corner quite nicely here. The Banelings all rotating back into the middle. Medevac does get taken down. Banelings do not want to chase around the corner. Marines did ultimately get cleared up here on the left side. Or at least forced to pick up. Serral is heavily outmining ByuN right now. Off of the initial defenses off this 8 Rex. Also going to give up the position in the middle of the map for now. Adrenal Glands getting close to completing here for Serral. ByuN is going to have his 2-2 very soon. I mean, 10,000 feet is a phenomenal map for Terrans to turtle it out on, but we are a long ways away from that. Serral actually going to get across the map with some of these Lings. Might force the command center to lift. Yeah, just before it turns into a planetary. You're going to be able to get 6 SCVs there as well. Oh, and now these Marines going to get surrounded. Once again, Serral taking a very good engagement from multiple angles. He is doing a very, very good job of keeping ByuN from ever finding a strong stranglehold on a position. Oh, these Lings will get mostly gunned down. Actually, entirely. Wow, good defense from ByuN, or good trap. Entrapment. Serral finishes up the Hive, starts up his Vipers. Oh, there's no transfuse available on this Queen, so he will lose the hatchery to this drop, and that's a nice little move from ByuN. Actually moving forward on the right side as well. Oh, but ByuN hesitates for a moment, but he does go back in, gets the kill on this base. That is 2 bases down for Serral in a very short period of time. And no punish on this army. It gets away. Wow. That is really good for ByuN. Serral is getting in towards Ultras. Oh, these medevacs, they actually stick around, and they're parasitic bombed really hard. ByuN finally splitting away there. Oh, boy. I mean, you're not going to lose a medevac to a full duration parasitic bomb if it's on full HP. But you don't want to be taking that kind of damage on the medevacs either. 5 Dropper Lords getting morphed in here by Serral. He doesn't start the +3 Carapace. He hasn't started it yet. ByuN is really putting a lot of pressure on Serral here. Creep trying to be respread. Despite some very good engagements from Serral. He has not... and after these base snipes, this is pretty good position for ByuN, I would say. But by no means is this game over. The lack of creep now though, for Serral now is... it's a problem. Oh, this base will get denied once again. ByuN, oh, he gets the re-kill, though, after Serral rebuilds and cancels and rebuilds the base. Adrenal Glands Lings, though, they're about to have +3 melee. They are going to drop into the main base, and ByuN does not really have anything to deal with this. Now Ling's going to drive by at this position. Burrow is done. Those Lings have +3 melee and Adrenal Glands just now. Nice choke from ByuN, but tanks and Marauders are not what you want against Lings. And that is going to be 3 tanks going down here in a very short period of time. Serral won't be able to deny the +3 attack. If he got 3-3 or even one of the upgrades, that would be so freaking good. But ByuN will keep those alive. However, Ling's Bane's Ultra's on the top side. Going to be able to deny one command center. And I think going to be able to blow this one as well. Blow it up. Just walking around the outside with the Banes, kind of letting them kill SCVs incidentally. Sensor tower is now set ablaze. It is in trouble. Nice burrow play in the main base with the Lings. Meanwhile, Medevacs on the other side of the map, they get fungled. Oh, and they're going to get chain fungled. But he will get away. Serral barely able to save the base on the other side, but he does get the save. How many tanks are there on the field right now? Just 5. Serral getting some very good work done with the Ling drop, the Ling run by, the Ling Bane Ultra attack on the top side. That is the kind of tech advantage that he got off of this committal from ByuN into the 8 racks, and the fact that ByuN has not yet gone into Ghosts. Still no Ghost Academy yet. I mean, Serral is mostly on a very mobile comp. But there are still enough Ultras here to potentially justify the usage of the Ghosts. ByuN, though, is securing a 5th base on the left. However, this main base is going to get dropped again. Serral threatening on the right side. Double drop. Is that going to be enough to clean this up? I think so. Oh, yeah, he's got units supporting him from the low ground. So there will be a lot of Lings going down, but he also gets a tank. Gets a few SCVs as well. Oh, but there's the other attack from Serral. I was like, why? It feels like Serral isn't focused on this entirely. And he wasn't. He was focused on the kill on the 5th base, which is just massive getting that. Serral, during all this, did add +1 attack for the missile upgrades, and now has +2 missile on the way. Even getting the +1 air attacks in case of Liberators. Said he can go into Corruptors. ByuN going for +2 vehicle weapons. So the fact that the tank count has been continuously hit by Serral's Ling counterattacks is very good for Serral. Oh, these siege tanks, though, are in a good position. There's actually nothing really defending them. And Viper Blinding Cloud's going to be a problem there, but Serral doesn't want to go in because it is kind of blind up a ramp. Behind this, Serral adds on the +1 Carapace for the air right away. Going to drop into the main base once again with some more Lings. He actually did disrupt these 2 command centers from being added on. And the orbital bank is not crazy. There's only 5 orbitals. So preventing these bases from getting built is actually quite nice. No missile turrets is a bit of a problem here for ByuN. Finally, one of the original 5 dropper lords getting taken out. ByuN setting up for an attack on the top side, as well as kind of just setting up a defensive position here. It threatens the base, but it also is a big pain. Vipers. Oh, that's cute. He just scouts with the Vipers. Does force a big stim. It says, I don't want that smoke. I think that's the right call. I think trying to attack into this would be a bad time. Fungal Growth does come in on the bio, though, as it steps forward onto creep. Serral, upon seeing where his opponent's army was, says, hey, I think I can go for this if you step onto my creep like that. He gets a pretty good fight at the beginning. ByuN does obviously clean up a lot of this army and pushes his opponent back, but Serral manages to get out with 2 of the Ultralisks low on HP. He's going to be able to transfuse those back up. I like that Serral basically used that to mine as much as he could from this contested base. And he's already mining a significant amount from the left side base as well. Now going to be taking the gases too. I love the Liberator, anti-Liberator spores and anti-drop spores for that matter as well. Corruptors are going to be good against these Liberators too. Parasitic Bomb should save, should be unable to kill these Liberators here. There's that building armor upgrade, and range is already done. Neo Steel armor and high-sec auto tracking. ByuN not retaking this base on the pocket. Serral's doing an excellent job of preventing ByuN from being able to set up in the middle of the map. Oh, Marauder tanks a lot of Banelings, but that's still, I would say, good for Serral as he knocks out a couple medevacs. One, maybe two. Nidus Worm does get attempted, will get immediately killed. Serral just now starting to mine the gases from the middle here. You can see he does want to establish as much mining from the two middle bases as he can. Serral's already got an incredibly large bank. And ByuN is just gotten back up to max. Oh, Planetary Fortress here. Caustic Spray going to take that down very quickly. Good job from Serral. Shouldn't be able to kill this command center. Yeah, no, this can be easily repaired up. Ghosts finally being added in. We're up to 11 ghosts now. Oh, snipes being broken there. +3 missile is on the way here for Serral, and he's also now getting his +3 or +2 flyer attacks, his third air upgrade of 6. ByuN, 3 more factories being added on here. It is very tough to break a Terran once they're set up in the on a map like this. I do think it's important for ByuN to try and saturate and finish off that gas as quickly as possible, because this is a liability against Broodlords, this middle position. Oh, ghosts on the right side. Going to be able to prevent the drones from mining this gas. Every ounce of gas, every single packet that he can mine from this base is one in his pocket, one out of ByuN's pocket. Ghost will get forced to lift off. That is going to be Serral now pulling the trigger. Blinding Clouds can be used on the tanks, with the Ghosts not able to fight right away. This is a very good start to the engagement for Serral. He will elect to continue to push for the moment. There's no bio to actually protect the Ghost, and most of the tanks have gone down. This is a very good fight for Serral. He does go a little bit too far, and the snipes come through, clear out a lot of ultras. But overall, extremely good situation for Serral. Oh, Siege Tank in the middle ends up killing that one ultra. Oh god, those medevacs are so low on HP, but they will manage to get away. Serral did save his drones from this attack on the left side. Yeah, 7 siege tanks, 6 liberators. Ultimately, it is very expensive for Serral, but you are continuously whittling down the Terran bank. Man, ByuN is really going late game here. He is really sticking this one out. Surprised we haven't seen the Drilling Claws upgrade. Okay, this is going to be for Hellbats. In that case, then we definitely want to see Blue Flame added in. I do love the addition of Smart Servos. I think that's just incredibly valuable for any time you go into the late game. Serral now adding the +2 air carapace, +2 flyer carapace. That's the one. Tanks do get found a little bit exposed here. Once again, trading mineral units for gas units is always a good thing for the Zerg. As good as Marines are, they're not very good when it's against a Hive-Tech Zerg. Oh, this army on the right side does not have a lot of protection against Banes. There's only a couple medevacs as well, and they're quite low on HP. Caustic Spray is going to come in on top of this base, but the Banelings continue to pursue the Ghosts. Good splits from ByuN. He keeps the Ghosts alive for the most part, but that was still so good for Serral. So good for Serral. He even got 8 Ghosts, and now Lings are destroying SCVs here. Oh, wow. That is a lot of additional SCVs going down. The Lings feel like they came in so much as an afterthought Command Center even going down there. Snipes will punish the Corruptors, getting, I think, 2 Vipers there. No, just 1. Still, this is extremely good for Serral. These Lings not going to have a hope of killing that Siege Tank. Even with no armor. Oh, well, he's got +1 armor. Even with just +1 armor on the Siege Tanks, those Ghosts are going to clear the Lings out so fast. Serral now even starting to long-distance mine his opponent's base. It's not enough that he's taking both contested bases. He's now taking a little bit of money from one of his actual opponent's bases. That belongs to ByuN. Neural Parasite being added in. We do have Burrow already. Serral not yet wanting to go into Broodlords, although that is an option with the bank he's got. A lot of drones are going to fall here. Ooh, meanwhile, on the other side, Blue Flame has completed for these Hellions, or Hellbats, I should say. Really like that he's using the factories as a little choke here. Ah, there we go. There's the Broodlord switch coming in. ByuN does scan, and I believe he sees it. Yep. That should let him know that it's time to start adding in some Thors. The problem is, ByuN is super poor. 19 Siege Tanks. Though, and he's going for 3 more. I really feel like upon scanning that, he should have canceled those 3 tanks and gone into Thors. He's adding another Siege Tank. Maybe he didn't actually see the Broods. Oh, EMPs do come through, but the Fungals on the Hellbats, he enables a couple kills. Still, EMPing those Infestors is very nice. There are 8 Infestors on the field. God, that tank in the middle. Not this one. This tank. 35 kills. Oh, and now we've got Microbial Shroud being added in by Serral. Serral has already mined almost half the gas and a hell of a lot of minerals from this base. Oh, meanwhile, Snipes attempted in the middle. Because ByuN didn't get all the gas from here right away. Oh, big fungal growth from the other side. Ghosts are in some big trouble. He loses 2 or 3 of them right away. Good job from Serral. Yeah, because ByuN didn't mine all this gas from this base right away, because he only had 1 SCV after being harassed. Oh, those are changelings. Yeah, he can't just give up this position. 700 gas is... It's too much to just leave out, to just lose out on. Now, obviously, you don't want to lose a bunch of resources committing to defend it, because then it's like, oh, okay, well, I mined 700 gas, but I lost 500 minerals, 500 gas to do it. Like, that doesn't feel great. Microbial Shroud now completing +3 flyer attacks with an complete just kind of in time for this fight. Thors don't have the greatest armor, which is actually a big problem against the Broodlings and the... Less so the Broodlords, but more so the Broodlings. Serral doing a great job of just rotating to the left as ByuN starts pushing on the right. Liberator going to get taken out by these Corruptors. Ooh, EMPs. No, it's going to be Snipes attempted. There is a Spore here, by the way, because the creep spread of Serral is so freaking good. It's got so much of the map covered. Serral has mined so many minerals from this base. Meanwhile, oh, Ghosts. They're in some trouble here. They're kind of on their own on the left side. Tanks will defend them on the high ground. But Serral is really, really putting in work here. Fungal Growth does get avoided, but the second one lands, hitting 3 Ghosts. Another Fungal, and it's interrupting the Snipes really nicely. EMP does hit on a couple of these Infestors, but it is a little bit late to prevent the damage. Oh, meanwhile, the Hellbats rotating from the right side. They go all onto creep. And the Banes, they will be pulled back here. Huh, Snipes coming in just in time to save that Thor. But ultimately, In the context of the game, that was very good for Serral. In the context of the game is that Serral's got an 8K, 4.5K bank, and ByuN has been super low on money this whole time. And this time, he has now actually not got enough cash right on hand to immediately remax. He'll be remaxing momentarily, and he's on 157 army supply. But this is still not ideal in it by any means. Serral did lose a couple of units here on the right side. He's still done such a good job of just constantly trying to reestablish the base on the right. Even while he is mining... Well, he's actually on the verge of... I shouldn't say the verge. He's mined a lot from this middle base. Fungal growth's really, really good. Serral is using the high ground really nicely here. Rotating the infestors quite nicely as well. Gets a good kill, good number of kills on the ghosts. More than anything right now, it's just that ByuN has not been able to afford the counter to Broodlords, which is either Vikings or Thors in decent numbers. As good as the ghosts are, they do rely on that on the cloak a little bit, or a lack of fungals, or jumping the broods unprotected. Like, ghosts on their own don't always get it done. But when you've got the creep and you're able to move spores forward, that is already so important, so valuable. ByuN is going to finally finish mining out of this gas in the middle. I've been talking about it. I'm yapping about it this whole game. Oh. Ghost gets immediately obliterated. Vikings have started to be added on. The infestors are being kept in reserve very nicely. Serral's doing a good job of sending one infestor forward, with the other ones kind of just sitting back. Oh, that's a nice fungal growth on the Vikings. Going to be able to find two of them immediately. Parasitic Bomb gets a kill on a third, and the one that was parabombed will also die. 4 Vikings going down there. Serral did lose a few queens and an infestor for it. But, I mean, that's still, once again, so good for Serral. Is Serral actually ahead in gas loss? Yes, he is. He's obviously way behind in minerals lost, but so much of that is Zerglings. ByuN finally going to have an opportunity to take one of these contested bases. Oh, God, that ghost getting absolutely obliterated there by the, like, 15 Broodlords shooting at it. Fungal growth is really good on the ghost clump. Once again, these tanks are in trouble. The ghost having to pull back, which means the tanks are now unprotected. Vikings, they're going to go down instantly. And that might very well be the game right there. There's 14 ghosts still on the field. But Serral, I don't even know if he lost a single brood there. He didn't lose a single unit there. Holy crap, the control. EMP does come in. It hits the infestors very, very hard. Oh, my goodness. But I don't know. Serral can just pull back here. And he is going to do exactly that. Fungal growth being shift-clicked. Corruptor is going to be able to take this down. Meanwhile, the flank protected by the Lingbane Ultra. He just always has a card in reserve. And Serral is going to crush ByuN. What was once a nearly 20,000 resources lost difference drops down to just 2,000 at the end. And Serral evens the series at one apiece in chef's kiss fashion. Very, very well done. All right, quick 2 minutes, Vads, and we'll be back for game number 3. All right, it's going to be White Rabbit here. White Rabbit. Do 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 do. Ba ba bum ba da bum. You missed the last overlay with the stats. It's a cool overlay. I do want to figure out how to use that, because it's a super super cool overlay. All right, let's get into game number 3. Spawning up at the top right, it is Serral for Basilisk. And his opponent spawning down on the bottom left for the Shopify Rebellion. It's ByuN in the red. Feels like Serral got caught out a little bit in game number 1 and just locked right in for game 2. Just locked right in. Now, we are going to be seeing a low ground supply depot. I do think ByuN's best bet is to get a little bit aggressive early and try and ramp things up from there. I mean, it's approaching Serral is a problem. It's so difficult to take him down. So difficult to take him down. But yeah, if you're gonna, this is a decent way to try. Will of course be a Reaper opening. 2 racks Reaper, 3 racks Reaper. We'll see. I mean, ByuN really doesn't go for 3 racks Reaper very often. He can, but feel like against Serral, you're usually just going to want to go 2 racks Reaper. Usually. If we could minimize the politics talk, that would be nice. I know the world's in a messed up place right now, but I think a lot of people would like to join this stream for the StarCraft more than anything. How many Reapers? Is that just 2? Just 2 Reapers, okay. Huh. Interesting. Very quick reactor. It is going to be a fast Ling speed, and it will be that quick tech lab behind this, so likely to be a fast follow-up. Ah, 3rd barracks. Oh, he puts it behind the wall. Does Serral get the scout on this? I was talking about ByuN doing something funky, and he absolutely is doing something funky here. Serral not going to be able to scout this, though. Clever move from ByuN to put this 3rd barracks in the natural. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. I do like that Serral kind of poked into the main. He did see the reactor, right? No, he didn't, but I like that he poked into the main there to try and kind of figure out what's going on. ByuN will be able to get up to a very quick combat shields with this as well. This could be quite scary to deal with for Serral if he can't figure it out. Of course, Serral, though, is extremely good with the scouting. Oh. Lings are going to... Oh, wow. They get hit pretty hard by these Marines. Oh. Mar. Forgot to hold shift. Wanted to check battle report. Serral does get the scout on the 3rd barracks. Only loses 4 lings, actually. It's actually better that he just ran right past there. Oh, does see that ByuN is moving out in earnest. Overlord. Well, it's going to loop back through and go to the high ground pillar in the middle. ByuN has not yet added a factory. Okay, it's going to be a 3rd command center behind this. He's got to find some good value and potentially some good fights. Oh. ByuN now adds the factory. Looks like 1 Marine did get slightly intercepted there. Combat chill's not yet done. Oh, that's very nice for Serral. He actually finds a couple of Marines on the counter. Oh, Queen does get itself into a little bit of trouble, but will be able to pull back thanks to the Lings covering it. Other Queen actually falls. Stim is going to expire in a moment. There it is. Serral may not want to re-engage on top of this, but he's going to try and intercept some reinforcements if they are sent across. Oh, kind of a cat and mouse game here a little bit. Serral continue to add just Lings right now. He will want to clean up this army. Oh, ByuN trying to get himself into a corner, but Serral is there, prevents the sneak through, but ByuN manages to cut his way in there anyways. Regardless, this was still good for Serral. ByuN could have dropped a grenade that would have been really good, but Serral, yeah, he cleans that up quite nicely. That was actually really sick out of both players. Serral for getting the surround, ByuN for reading that he should be going back into that corner. ByuN actually feeling like he needs to build a lot of defense right now. Adds on 2 bunkers and goes into Hellions. Huh. Interesting, interesting. +1 Carapace is added in. Serral, of course, was very committed on the Zerglings there. So it's quite important that he got the fight that he did. But yeah, he's in a pretty darn good spot right now. 2nd Evo chamber has finished, and Serral can go straight into +2 Carapace. There we go. 1-2 upgrades now on the way. ByuN really late on his double engineering bay upgrades. Serral with a cute little changeling drop. This 3rd base is so far away on the ground, but like obviously tanks from the high ground can really cover it well. ByuN with a lot of energy on his command centers. He has so much energy. Yeah, he's going to mule the living crap out of this base. Still not... Oh, he actually missed one of his mules there. Very uncharacteristic of ByuN. Maybe a little bit nervous. We do have a Hydralisk Den being added on by Serral. I believe this is the first game in this series he's playing Hydraling Bane. Oh, man. Hellbats waddling forward with their little shield arms. So funny. They look so proud. Yeah, go get them. Liberator on the right side doesn't have full vision of the middle line. Ooh, counterattack coming in from Serral, getting a couple of SCVs, but more so than anything, disrupting mining. Now, that is going to be a lot of dead lings. That actually, I would say, end up going better for ByuN by a lot. If Serral gets away right away, loses just like half those lings, I think it's good for Serral, but it's a lot of dead lings. Still, it did force the army of ByuN back home. Gets closer to +1 melee completing for Serral. And more Banes morphing in. Hellbats are good if your opponent doesn't have Banes. But when they have Banes, it's not really going to cut it. ByuN playing the Liberator minigame on the bottom. It's a minigame that is quite a nuisance. Finally going to get cleaned up, though. Queen from the high ground takes care of business. Serral does have units in position on the top side. Sending out a spotterling even as the attack was arriving. Serral can add on +2 melee as well as the +1 missile. In fact, that would be very beneficial to him. As it is right now, he's actually got better upgrades than the Terran. Oh, Widow Mines. Trying to get baited out here, but he actually gets some decent connections with the Banes. Although he doesn't actually trigger the mines. Serral. Oh, the ping-ponging. The ping-ponging is super annoying to deal with. Hydra's speed is done. Oh, looks like... Oh, my goodness, on the right side. It was a good cleanup from Serral. Well, we might have to go back and rewatch that fight. I was focused on this drop. It seems so was ByuN. You know what? Yeah, let's just do that now. Oh, God, it was a big mind drag coming in from Serral. Oh, that was really good. ByuN was fortunate to actually get out with anything, it feels. Now, look back at this. This was just before ByuN's 2-2 completed. Oh, loading up just as the medevac gets sniped is brutal as well. Okay, yeah, and ByuN just taps out. Too big of a supply lead for Serral. And he goes up 2-1 in the series. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, actually, with how that was going. A little bit of a funny ending since we kind of like went back and it's like, oh, this game could go on for a while. But good stuff. Good stuff, good stuff. He's behind but not dead. Technically, yes. But after Serral's late game display in game 2, you're probably not going to want to go to the late game again. But this time from so much further behind. Like, a lot further behind. All right, quick minute of ads, and we will get into what could be the final game of the series. Hand Clem the controller. I mean, even that would have been pretty tough. Even that would have been pretty tough. But I've seen players make comebacks from a position like that before, especially TVZ on a map like that. But against Serral, that's a bit of a different story. Thank you very much, Empress Lily, for the raid. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Biddly biddly bow wep. Hope you had a great stream. Thank you, thank you. You too, you too. You got pain busted once by Empress Lily. Nice. Nice. Sounds like me. Nice. All right, we are going to get into game number 4 here on Mothership. The Mothership has launched. Spawning up at the top right. It is Basilisk Serral. In the blue. And his opponent spawning down in the bottom middle of Mothership. It is ByuN for the Shopify Rebellion. Your pathetic rebellion will be crushed. Something dark side. Something, something, something complete. All right. Now, what are we going to see here? ByuN opening up with the low ground barracks once again. Will he go for the proxy? Well, not proxy. The 2 Rax Reaper. Yep. He's rallying the second barracks building SCV. All up in his business. By the way, as Ladder Legends pops in, there will be a Ladder Legends tournament tomorrow. We're going to be covering that one. That should be a lot of fun. It's going to be tomorrow at noon. And then also, there is a masterclass. It's going to be shown by the Ladder Legends folks on Monday morning. 10 a.m. EST, 4 p.m. GMT. And that's going to feature one of the greatest Zergs of all time. Going to be teaching you how to get better at the game. It's pretty cool. It's kind of like a TED Talk, but it's a masterclass. It's going to be Reynor. That's going to be cool as hell. I'm actually looking forward to that. I'm going to attend that. And it's no charge. You can watch that as well if you want. Actually, I will be streaming it, but it will only be live. I will be delisting the VOD afterwards, unpublishing it. So if you want to watch it, you do have to subscribe to Ladder Legends. But if you watch it live, you can watch it on their stuff, or you can watch it on this stream. But if you want to watch the VOD, you will have to subscribe to Ladder Legends. 2 Reapers going to get into the natural expansion. Oh, good save right there from Serral with the drone. Yeah, not quite able to get the kill. Yes, you can watch it on the Discord and even ask questions during it. Exactly. Exactly, exactly. That is going to be very, very cool. We're like loaded up on content for the next, well, this week and then a little bit next week. I'm going to try and go spoiler free. I'm not sure what I'm going to do to cover the round of 4 tomorrow. Oh, Serral, ooh, supply blocked a little bit, but he will extractor trick out 2 additional drones. Serral, he's just like me, for real, for real. But way better. So kind of him to be relatable. 3rd CC is in production. ByuN not able to get really anything done with the initial 3 Rax Reaper. I mean, the pressure that it put on did cause the supply block, but that is relatively very minimal. Queen's gonna get poked by them Reapers with their guns. God, Serral just really does make it look so much easier than it is. I love this from Serral, by the way. This is so smart. He knows that at some point the Reapers will probably get sent back home. And so he's setting himself up to intercept them. Thing is, until the Lings appear, there's actually no reason for ByuN to feel like he has to send these back home. Nice lift on the barracks. Will kill the Overlord. That's first blood in this game. Grenade's going to be able to get the kill on these Reapers. ByuN doing a nice job of avoiding losing them, though. With all 3 grenades on cooldown, that would have been annoying for ByuN, but obviously he can just jump up and down and still keep those units alive, no problem. Serral with a pretty quick layer, but a very quick Evo. ByuN. Oh, hello? Hello? Okay. Little... Oh, no. Oh, no. He's starting to show a little bit of cracks under the pressure. Down 2-1 against Serral. I mean, it can get in anybody's head. And ByuN is a player that we know is not immune to nerves. We know is not immune to nerves. Meanwhile, Serral he's got ice in his veins. Mr. Freeze. I do find it funny how the creep kind of populates on this glass section of Mothership. It's a little bit funky. Kind of fills in these like weird squares. ByuN gonna move out on the right side. Serral does have that +1 Carapace already on the way. Baneley Nest finishing up, should be able to go straight into the Bane speed. I do really, really like taking down these rocks if you can. And Serral should be able to finish them off just as this attack gets in here. Oh, well, 36 HP remaining, but it's close enough and he can finish that off later. I'll finish it later, yeah. 3 more barracks might make you think it's an 8 racks, but that's just the 3rd, 4th, and 5th racks. Banshee does get deflected on the top side, but there's no spore, so that's actually very nice for Serral that ByuN didn't kind of go back in there. It is going to be 4 gas Ling Bane for Serral for now. He's already on 70 drones, which is very, very nice, and taking a 5th hatch. Mothership, though, I'd say good map for pushing through the middle with Bio. Bane speed still not yet done. In fact, it's pretty close. Serral gonna spam down some creep tumors here. But ByuN already retreating out. Oh. Ling counterattack. Yeah, you don't want to take that fight. That's not gonna go well. It's a few too many Marines. ByuN. Ooh, targets down 1 or 2 Banes. We'll get away into the medevacs. That was a pretty nice little skirmish for ByuN. Good trade arenos. Burrow coming in for Serral here. ByuN. Oh, very important that he starts out that +2 weapons. The ByuNisms. I mean, this is the most ByuN thing ByuN does. You know? Nobody ByuNs it better. Plus, having +1 melee done actually increases your DPS against the rocks by +50%. You go from doing 2 damage per attack to 3 damage, which is just so big. Especially with how fast Ling's attack. Burrow is going to complete. We will see Serral with units in position, but there is a tank up down in the low ground. Serral says, okay, fine, we'll just give up the base. But that is 2 bases denied right there. Serral gets knocked back down to 3 bases. ByuN already building his 2nd factory and 3 additional barracks. And then just after, throws down the 4th CC. Oh, he does now start up the +2 attack, but it is very, very late. Serral immediately canceling that 4th CC. That's very, very nice. ByuN needs to start up that Drilling Claws upgrade. Oh, he's going to try and start sieging the main. But there are spores in position here. Oh, that 1 medevac very low on HP. It does survive, though. Transfuse. It's actually not necessary as ByuN stops attacking that spore. Meanwhile, on the left side, Serral does have these units here. Target fire from the Marines of ByuN, able to take down some of the Banes. Nice move there. Serral does complete the +2 Carapace. His hive is very close to completing. Target fire on the Banes is very, very nice. Ooh, but Serral now flooding the ground army on the low ground for ByuN. He will take down the tanks, but not before they find a lot of value. Finally, this tank on the low ground gets taken out. Good job from ByuN to land behind this. If Serral didn't have the Carapace advantage right there, that might not have been a cleanup. That might have been ByuN winning that fight. That was actually really well done by ByuN. But unfortunately, the upgrades playing a big role. I mean, if that's 2-1 upgrades in favor of the Terran, Serral gets absolutely destroyed in that fight. But of course, Serral knows what it takes. +2 melee now completing for Serral. I think his +2 melee might have been a little bit late as well, but his upgrades weren't synced up ever. Whereas ByuN's were before. And so the fact that ByuN is still behind in upgrades really, really hurts. Especially since it's the attack upgrade. Oh. Banelings, a couple of them do get targeted down, but ByuN will be forced away. Still, nice target fire. Serral could go for straight infestors. Okay, looks like it's going to be Hydralisk then instead. There's that +3 melee being added on Serral, adding 15 more drones as he has finally secured a 5th and soon-to-be 6th base. Adrenal glands will complete for Serral. And that is going to make dealing with these little drops and just fighting in general so much better for Serral. Ah, the 6th base is denied again. ByuN is actually in a pretty decent position right now. Now that he's denied that 6th base. What? Ooh. Widow Mines. Ah, they actually get some decent connections here. 6 drones do go down. Yeah, ByuN's on 4 bases himself. No 5th command center just yet. But it is in production. 13 Hydras being added in. This is a nasty map to deal with drops. Just ping-ponging high ground, low ground, high ground, low ground. Exactly the way ByuN is doing it, but finally a Spore here on the left. A couple of Hydras popping out of this base as well. And now there's at least some anti-air to help prevent these ping-pong maneuvers. Vipers are going to get to full energy, which is going to be really good for blinding clouds. Potentially abducting into medevacs. Parasitic bomb, of course. Now, there's not a lot of blinding cloudable targets. This is a strong Marine Marauder force. Very mobile force, but it's very far on to creep. Serral going to get a decent jump to the engagement. Drilling Claw's not quite done, so these mines don't have permacloak, but it will... Oh, just not in time to save that one unit. But there was an Overseer on the way anyway, so it kind of doesn't matter. Ooh. Serral is going to be able to save this base. For the moment, they're actually the units leave. Lings won't be able to clean that up in time. Medevacs do get parasitic bombed on the other side. Meanwhile, in the middle... Oh, ByuN just barely not able to get that base. Let's rewatch the fight in the middle here. Oh. Did we miss more of it? Looks like some parasitic bombs did land on the medevacs. And, okay, ByuN just split them away. But unfortunately, these 2 medevacs flew right next to each other, and so they died to the parasitic bomb, the same one. Meanwhile, yeah, the hatchery got saved at 20 HP on the top side. Serral now going to complete his +3 melee. That will give him the upgrade advantage for just about 20 seconds. But there is a chance he could take advantage of that. Resources lost. Looking good here. For ByuN. And the fact that he's kept Serral relatively low on the base count for as long as he has is really, really nice. Where are the queens? Are they? Ah, yes, they are going over here to transfuse. I was going to say, you definitely want to be transfusing this hatch. I would say just dump all the queen energy into transfusing these up. Or all the excess queen energy anyways. But it looks like Serral wants to... defend with units. Good positioning here from ByuN, using this ramp very nicely. It's hard to flank this base. Meanwhile, push through the middle coming in from ByuN. He is really starting to cook now. Oh, man. Lightning Cloud going to come through. Widow Mines, Liberators, Mobile Bio. ByuN is really starting to make something happen here in this game number 4. Oh, that's a big set of Banes connecting on this right side, though. Just as I was talking about how ByuN's starting to make it happen, Serral wins fights on 2 sides. Did he? I think he did. Oh, there was a fungal available. Oh, he didn't even need the fungal. He just flew right over the Hydras. Oh, that's very unfortunate for ByuN. The base did get transfused once. I think this queen might have gotten up to a little bit more than 50 energy. Oh, Serral's hunting this medevac, but it's actually eluded him. And 4 Marauders will kill a base very quickly. You only need a couple volleys. Serral is adding on Hydra Lunge. He's finished range and speed. Now he's getting the additional zoom. Range, speed, and now zoom. But this base at the 3rd is in trouble here for ByuN. He's going to lose the factory. That is a huge loss. Meanwhile, Duck's coming in on this right side. Baneling's getting some big detonations. And just after I was saying it was going so well for ByuN, Serral finds some very good fights. A big kill on, I think, that orbital. ByuN still has a big army supply, and Serral is not rich. This could still work out, especially with the snipe on the top middle base, or top left base. Oh, nice cutting here from ByuN, taking down a lot of those Lings. Hydras without Lings and Banes, well, they kind of suck. Especially when they only have +1 missile, even though they've got that +3 carapace. Oh, and these Marauders, they actually cancel a base of Serral again. Serral is not mining that much right now. He's actually getting outmined by ByuN. ByuN is on... Well, he's back up to 5 bases. Serral will be getting close to getting this base back up and running. Serral, though, now has Lurkers. And they do have the range and adaptive talents. So they're going to be able to lock down this base on the right side very, very nicely. Again, it's basically anything but siege tanks or ghosts. Oh, this push through the middle from ByuN. He is very far on creep, despite the fact that he's cleared out the creep tumors. He's still a little bit too far forward. Serral's going to try and take the opportunity to punish this move. Lurkers coming in from the back as well. That is going to force ByuN to the left. Already, Serral getting some amazing value. Oh, and even abducts in 2 medevacs, one of them having the units inside. I think Serral can just smash this planetary with the Lurker and Ling Bane Hydra. I think the Banes into the planetary will blow it up, and that's exactly what happens. ByuN, he has fought a very good series and really made this game in particular super, super scrappy. And even now, army supplies are still very close, but now the economy of Serral is absurdly good compared to that of ByuN. Oh, Serral was able to hit the medevac. Thanks to the Overseer. Lurkers did end up getting cleared up here. How many Lurkers are left on the field? 0, actually. ByuN is overstimmed, though. Serral abducting a Marauder, not exactly what you expect. Meanwhile, the attack on the left side did get cleaned up. The units there. Oh, these Hydras, that's actually a lot of expensive units, but they do zoom away. Overseer gets taken down. Serral morphing in some Banes here. He does now have +2 missile on his Hydras with +3 on the way. Oh no, the medevacs! Oh, he flies over. Oh, boost is now on cooldown. Uh-oh. ByuN, though, going to try and draw this around. ByuN moving into the right side. Serral. Oh, the Hydras are actually able to help from the low ground a little bit there. Widowmine's trying to get mitigated by the Lings. Hydra's lunge forward once again. Abducts could be used. There's 5 Vipers on the field. That is actually crazy out of Serral. Does mean he's got a lot of Blinding Cloud available. And Abduct. And potential Parasitic Bombs. There's a lot of things you can do with 5 Vipers. Pied Piper, Pied Viper, 5 Vipers. ByuN with a big Mule Hammer on his 4th base. For the moment, keeping pace with his opponent's economy, but that will not last forever. Oh, I think this drop is going to get cleaned up. Meanwhile, Serral with some units in position out front of his 6th base? 7th base? 7th base. Oh, Medevac's rotating in. They're going to get taken down by a lot of the Hydras. It's a good fight for Serral. ByuN is kind of just forced to retreat. Would love to see Serral try and hunt this down. Serral now going to complete the +3 missile in a moment, which is going to maximize the power of the Hydras. Oh, as the Ghosts try and go for snipes, Hydras abduct. Or rather, Vipers abduct, and it will get taken down. Oh, ByuN is really fighting tooth and nail, really showing a lot of heart. Oh, look at these changelings. That's so nice from Serral. Oh, that is so smart. Medevac's boosting over, but are able to get away. Serral would love to see him leave like a Viper here. Maybe just off of the hotkey. Hold that thought. We are going to see a fight in the middle of the map. Lurkers on the right side. I don't think they're hold fire, but that would be so baller if they were.
Gangway coming through.
We're going to see if we can look for this, because... Oh, they are hold fire. Oh, they are hold fire. Oh, Serral with a sick blaze. Blasts. Like 15 Marines right there. That was very cool. 11 Marines. Oh, he did that for us. He did that for us. What a baller. Serral even adding on the +2 flyer attacks. He is doing such a good job of not missing a beat on anything, basically. ByuN, I mean, he has needed a new base for a very long time. He now needs another new base very soon. Oh, this might be Serral, though, coming in for the killing blow. There's nothing to really hold Serral back. No zoning tools, no splash damage, and Serral completes the 3-1 victory. GG is called. What the showing from Yunasutala. Absolutely outstanding stuff. Man, he looked good. Damn, Daniel. All right, what do we think? Chat, both YouTube and Twitch. What do we think about jumping back to rewatch fights when they're happening in 2 places at once? Would you rather do that, or does it break the illusion? ByuN won the first game, right? Yes, he did. Rather do that? Jump back? Obviously, this is only the case during where replays are available. We can also wait until later. Like, wait until the end of the game and then go back. But it's a lot more difficult to do that, and it makes it feel kind of less impactful. But it does kind of break the immersion of the game a little bit. I like it to see how he sets up. Yeah, that makes sense. Very informative. Yeah. I agree. I think it's pretty good. We do now have the round of 4 brackets, which is going to mean Maru versus Reynor and Serral versus Rogue. So we got 3 Zergs in the top 4. Very good showing from the Zergs. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. When are you doing those replays tomorrow? Live, it'd be a bit more icky. Well, I don't, you can't do it live is the thing. You can't jump back live, you know? I'm not 100% sure about that one, Klaus Dog, because tomorrow I might do stuff live. But that means getting up at 6 a.m. Well, actually, no. It means getting up at like 4:30 a.m. And then I would cover this, which would be 2 best-of-5 semifinals. And then the 3rd place and grand finals is on Monday. I might save this for Tuesday or maybe even Wednesday. I don't really want to do that, though. But yeah, what I would have to do would be 6 a.m. and then Ladder Legends tournament at noon. And then I have plans in the evening at 6 p.m. And as I say this out loud, I realize that's not possible for me to really do all of this. That would just be way too much. So not really sure, honestly. And I already am going to have an early morning on Monday. Not super early, but not late either. It's going to be like... So potentially I might do semifinals and finals and 3rd place match on Wednesday. But that'll still be a lot of fun. Still be good games. Because, yeah, it will be Serral versus Rogue, and it will be Maru versus Reynor, and then winner of each in the grand finals, and then loser of each in the 3rd place match. Who plays next? Well, this is the stream actually done for the day. Done for the day. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I would have I would have just covered it at the same time tomorrow. But yeah, there's Monday night weeklies at noon on Monday. Anyways, that is it for me. Yeah, I'm gonna go spend some time with fiance fast. Gonna raid somebody up on Twitch, and we are gonna call it a night. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. You know what? We're going to raid up Grubby. Grubby's playing some Warcraft 3. We do love Grubby. And he's been playing some SE too, so yeah, you can check that out. And honestly, Grubby is mentality goals. His mental is just insanely strong. Yeah, that's going to do it for me. Bye-bye. Stay safe, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Enjoy, and we'll be back tomorrow for sure with the Ladder Legends. Potentially early morning, but highly unlikely.